Hello. It is time for night. Under cover of night. I think I said before that Peril was probably one of the best songs. Under cover of night is could actually be the best. I don't know. One of the two are better than the other, and I'm not sure which. So, today, and probably tomorrow and the day after, are going to be dedicated to making day and night transitions way, way better. The very first thing I want to start with, I was about to say the simplest. Who knows? Is going to be the flashlight. So, I really like how Halo does flashlights. I'm pretty sure in CE, the flashlight is connected to your gun. So when you turn it on, it points to where your gun is pointing. Now, that's not always going to be the case. I think this is going to be the case for rifles. We'll say that whenever you pull a rifle out, your flashlight with the shotgun is going to be mounted onto the gun. But for the revolver, the pistol, and the shovel, you're going to be holding it with your hand. So, I guess I'll just start by having it connected straight to the camera and pointing in the direction that you're looking. Yeah. Also, I've got a bit of a setup here. I'm trying something different today with OBS here, but I think I want to. I think I need to do a little bit more for it. So I would show it, but I mean it's not really interesting. I just have OBS and then the chat and then activity feed right underneath it. What I really want to do is have, oh yeah. What the hell is that? F1WTV1? I basically want to do the gaps, I guess. I'll have to look at this again. I can never remember this. Somewhere around here, probably. Oh, this is why they look weird. Okay. R. ID range. So I want R. That's 9. I think this is on 9. The gaps in are between windows, so 0. Gaps out is between the window and the edge of the screen, so I'll say, I think my current value is 3 or something like that. I would like it to stay the same there. Nah, I won't. I'll say 0 as well. But the border I definitely want to have. And then yeah, shadow 0. So it failed. Because it should have immediately updated, so it must have failed. Yeah, I'm not really sure why nothing happened. I guess I'm not supposed to use R. R is like for range. Okay, that makes sense. I just say 9. Oh, it totally doesn't care. That's really weird. This always like pops up immediately. Like as soon as I do a change, it's like, yep, cool, we did it. We got it. Why is it not doing anything? This is 9, right? Oh, it's not 9. Oh, well, I'm stupid. It's 4. Duh. There it is. All right. And then border, I actually meant border size. Yeah, I think I actually meant border size. Oh, look, border size right there. Cool. Sweet. Okay. And I have something here that's like... I don't know. What does shadow 1 do? Oh, I see what it's doing. Yeah, don't do that. Okay. Cool. Alright, flashlight. I kind of immediately know I want the texture, but I'm just going to start simple here and just get it on the player. I kind of need, so yeah. All right. A few things. I need a button for it. It's going to be a really simple toggle. Flashlight is already set there. I bet I already have medium signed. Cool. But I'm pretty sure that action does not have an input yet. It does. Okay. It says apostrophe, that's actually Q. Also, I need to turn the music down. Oh look, it's Peril. Like, right after Under Cover of Night. Okay. Oh, why did that change? So it's bound to apostrophe, but I'm not listening to the input yet. So on the player scene, I'm just gonna put on, attach to the camera, I don't even know what it's called, a spotlight 2D. And in the shape of a cone. Cool. Okay. Spotlight. Now spotlight's angular attenuation curve. Okay. I guess I'll just leave that linear for now. I know exactly what it's doing, but the distance attenuation, constant brightness for physically accurate light. Wait, what is this? Setting attenuation to 2 or higher may result in distant objects receiving minimal light, even within range. Example, a range of 4,000. An object at 100 units is attenuated by a factor of that. With a brightness of 1, the light would not be visible at that distance. Okay, so let's go straight to 2. Physically accurate. Range, 5 meters. Yeah, I don't think so. Let's do angle. I guess 45 degrees is probably good. We'll do 30. It looks kind of large, so maybe I'll just do 30. And then I'll bring it out to 50 meters. Light, I'm not even sure. Let's go a bit high on the temperature. Cool, we do get a projector, which is a texture. Good. Size. The size of the light. Okay, so I don't want that. Well, I mean, I guess technically I should have it a little bit. A noticeable performance cost. Of course, it needs to be able to cast shadows. Distance fade. Okay, so it's not going to be far from the camera, so I don't need that. I'll just start with default values here, I guess. Can't even tell the light's on. Let's go and move us to dark time. Still can't even see the light. Can't see the light, really? I would expect it to be visible probably about this time of day. You'd be able to see that light for sure. Is it like not on or what? Huh. Interesting. Is it casting a shadow on this object here? It should probably not do that. So don't shadow that, don't shadow that. Yeah, that might be what's probably going wrong here. strange. Why is it not there? I mean, it's gotta just not be... try again. Okay. It's gotta be that it's just not on or something. I don't know what that's about. Why do I have zombies selected? Interesting. I'm kind of surprised that the default value has it so dim. Let me try 10,000. I mean, 10,000... I mean, I think of lumens and I think of, like, you know, insane values. Yeah, so what's up with that? Why are we... I mean, it feels like something's just wrong with this. I'm not sure what's going on with the spotlight. Let me see if I can just make it visible. That is really odd. That it's not visible at all. Turn off shadow? I mean, what? What? It lights up when I make it negative. What's that about? Okay, it's trying to be visible. Something's got to be wrong with these values. Something's just completely wrong with these values. I don't understand what's up with this. What's up with these values? I have to make this really damn bright to see it. With attenuation 1. Like, huh? Attenuation 2. I gotta bring this up to... like, a billion lumens? No. No, 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 no. What is wrong with this? Something is absolutely wrong with this. Something is completely wrong with this value. Let's try a good old reload. Physical light units, I should not be setting my light bulb to... It says like, oh yeah, household candle is like 600 lumens. A light bulb's like 1200. You know, I'm pretty sure a flashlight's like 1000 maybe. Yeah, give me a billion lumens and I can finally see the light. At dusk. That's crazy. And look, the camera's even like already overexposed. Like this is supposed to be like blue, I think, or something like that. Or pink. Or like purple. Yeah, what is wrong with this spotlight? Something is just absolutely wrong with it. This is not making any sense. I mean, it's absolutely incorrect. What is That's insane. It is absolutely incorrect. And I'm not gonna... No, something is wrong. Something is wrong. I won't believe it. Something is wrong. Alright, let me make it darker. Okay, it's midnight. Dude, really? It is totally invisible. 100,000, I can barely start to see it. Okay, something is wrong here, and I haven't done anything but just add it into the world. So I gotta look this up. Yeah, something's not adding up here. Yeah, Godot did something really weird here. He said he set the energy to 64 and it started to look correct. Yeah, okay. Probably. I probably gotta crank up the energy like 100 times. They said the ISO should be 800. But I mean, look at this. Like, look at that flickering. Like, it's super incorrect. It is just so wrong. 800? What happens if I go day? Do I need to scale ISO by time of day? Yeah, I mean, this is just ridiculous. Alright, what if I did 800 and I brought the sensitivity way down? Okay, eye melting apparently. Wow. Jeez. Have to bring this up. Alright, I'm fine with bringing that value up to make it match. Okay. I'll bring this back to 80. And then scale this up quite a bit. Until it starts... I guess this is kind of back to where it was, wasn't it? Let me make the speed really, really high, so... in ISO, so if this used to be, what, 1,000? What was it before? 800? So if I multiplied it by 8... I should scale this to, I think, like 16... 16,000 seemed to be like where it was okay. Whoa. I think I set this to like 1 or something. Oh, I'm looking at the spotlight, and the spotlight is crazy bright right now, so that's what's going on. What is happening? I don't know. Something weird has happened. I mean, this is just insane. Something is... Oh, man. Because 100 looks fine. I don't understand how this light is invisible. At 10,000. Like, it's invisible, like... right up to the ground. It's, like, invisible. You get here, and then you can't even see it anymore. I mean, I just find that crazy. It should be visible at 10K. 10K should be visible. So why is it not? Am I the two auto exposures? It's so silly. Yeah, I gotta turn this fog off. This fog is just so garbage. It's like the volumetric fog is adding light to the scene. Oh, I guess it would turn off emission, wouldn't I? Yeah. That helps a lot for sure. It's just not even visible. Okay, don't mess with any of that. Let's figure this camera thing out. I mean, this is just ridiculous. Zero's like infinite, right? Yeah, so let's set this to like 50 at minimum, and then I'm gonna bring this up until I can see that light. Okay, no. No. They've just done something totally wrong. Let me turn off the moonlight. No moonlight, no sunlight. There's nothing lighting up the scene but that light, and I can see like it's daylight. Nah, they messed something up. They definitely must have messed something up. I just can't believe that this is correct. Yeah, this is not correct. Like, where's all this light coming from? I guess it's technically coming from the sky, so let's go to midnight. Yeah, what the hell? Dude. They must have messed something up. No, you know what? Godot like cooked a little too hard with their realistic light values, and they just made lumens totally broken and unusable. This is straight up impossible to use. You cannot use lumens on the light. I'll go like up to at least like 200. And then I will double this so that it should match. What if I bring multiplier down? No. And let's turn on the moonlight. Okay. It adds a little bit. Now this light, 10,000 lumens, I mean, we're just... like, this value just feels so stupid. Like, this just feels ridiculous. You know what? This doesn't feel so bad. That does not feel so bad. I think it is awful that I have to crank it up this high, but purple world yet again. I mean, yeah, I guess it was just ISO was a little too low the whole time. Let me go up a little bit more. 240, and then I'm gonna bring up, I think minimum here, right, 60. Okay, that kind of is not doing what I think it's doing, it seems. How far up until it starts getting dark again? Okay, so I guess we're at 80 there. Let me turn the moonlight off again, so I don't have any light from that. I know I'm working with super dark stuff, but like it needs to be done this way. I guess I can kind of bring it down. I guess I could go to like 40 now. Yeah, I feel like I want to set this to like a real value. I guess it could be a pretty powerful light, so let's go for 40,000, and that's where I will stick it, and then try and just adjust camera attributes until it looks good to me. Let me spin the player around. To face the house. As you can see, I'm pretty sure I'm putting him in the ground, but that's fine. Okay. So let me work on the light now. I feel like I actually want to bring it down quite a bit, and that I've brought it out this far. Maybe 35. And then, actually, you know what? Let me set it to, I guess I can't really set it today. I have to like drag it today. I was going to say, let me like turn on the light or something. Turn on the sun. This is just ambient lighting. The sun's technically not casting anything. Because I'm going to have to go back and forth between these to make sure that these values make sense. I guess I can turn on the sun. Just to be sure. Because I can also, yeah, like cap that to, cap this to a value so that it stays bright, because otherwise it'll you know, expose pretty hard or go under pretty hard, and then it doesn't look so bright anymore. I like where 1200 is. Okay. Make it midnight again. Turn off the sun. Bring back the light. The flashlight. Don't even turn on the moon. Yeah, I mean, the light is just really, really dim. Alright, let me bring it to the time of day that I feel like you should be able to see this light at. I mean, this is also just too bright still. Dang. I wonder if I need to adjust exposure. Or bring up the minimum? No. Because there's no light in this. This is just from the sky. And it's like pretty late, right? It's actually really dark. Where's the sun right now? Can't even see it because it's underneath the horizon. The thing is, if I start bringing this up too bright, it's going to be really, really bad as I bring it up even brighter. I mean, I think I gotta tell myself I can't go any higher than 80. 80 is my absolute limit. I could probably bring up... I'll just drop volumetric fog energy to 0, because I think that's probably what causes it to do this thing. Right? Or when I'm looking at it, it's like flashing. Let me just say 10. And then I can start probably bringing this down. Yeah, now this is like already a bit more reasonable. Alright, let me bring the sun up. Yeah, this is pretty good. This flashing, I'm not sure what's up with that. I feel like now this is too high. Yeah, this is pretty tough. This is pretty tough. Why does it seem suddenly super bright? Oh, I went back to 240 for some reason. I've definitely got like an issue where it's just I think I need to bring my latitude down a little bit. Let's go 38. Let's go 33. 38's fine. Because 41 is the latitude that I live at, but it is not that bright at night. Like when the sun goes down, it's dark. And it's dark a long time. Here, it's like 20% of the day is actually in darkness. Less than 20% of the day is actually in darkness. Which I get, I mean, if I really think about it, it's kind of like how long do I really want the night to be super dark at? Fine, I'll come back to 41. I was actually going to say altitude could probably help, but I don't think that actually would help. Hmm. I think I gotta mess with the sensitivity. I think during the day, or like the sensitivity's gotta change, right? Let me see if we can find this. Because I want it to look correct. I gotta figure this out. Because I need to go from daylight to moonlight. And using real values means that my camera has to adjust. Like the eye would. So... let me just see if I can find anything. I gotta do some research here. Let me see if there's anything interesting in this video. Make the scene dark. Light nodes. Does he ever touch on... What? Wait, Zenva. What is this? I'm watching an ad. Just watch it. I'm just gonna watch it.
Daytime scene, and how you can very quickly turn daytime into nighttime. We'll learn about the technical aspects that go into doing all of this, and how to find a balance between performant and high-quality lighting. We'll of course also cover global illumination, reflections, and the concept of light baking. So lots of ground to cover, and before we get into how you can get creative with lighting, here's a very quick intro to how lights work in Godot. But first, this video is sponsored by Senva. If you already know the basics of Godot and want to level up, check out Senva's Intermediate Godot Mini Degree. This is a complete learning pathway designed to take your skills to the next stage. You'll dive into key topics like version control, shaders, procedural generation, and best practices in programming patterns. Plus, you'll learn multiplayer development and how to create custom plugins. Senva's platform makes learning fun and practical, with professional video tutorials, written lessons, and interactive quizzes. With a single subscription, which includes a 7-day free trial, you unlock this entire pathway, plus over 300 other courses on topics like Unity, Python, and Unreal. Use the link below to get 20% off your first year on top of any existing discounts. The offer is only valid for the first 50 subscribers, so don't miss out.
I'm just gonna look at something. 1,000 lumen. 1,000. Like, the crazy thing is, I know how bright these things are. 1,000 lumen will literally light up a wall in the middle of the night, pitch black. You can see it, like across, like down a very long hallway. It will light up the hall. Yeah, 43. Lighting half a car park, yeah. If you need a larger area lit, yeah. So, alright, I'm gonna go straight to it. I'm gonna say whatever I do, I need to figure out how to make... I have to figure something out. Perhaps what I can do is I can set the ISO super high. And then crank up the max exposure to a huge value. Maybe that can work. I'm going to try that. So let's go right to like 1,000 ISO. Bring up the min until... Okay, this needs to go up. Just gotta keep coming up and up and up and up and up and up and up until it looks dark. Suitably dark for me. These sliders are not matched together. Okay, let's go to 2,000. Let's go to 4,000. What's my light at right now? 1,000 lumens. 10,000 lumens. Let's bring that down to 1. Let's also just go ahead and set it to midnight. So you have no light in the scene. It is just my 1,000 lumen light. I mean, yeah, what is this? Like, what is this? Perhaps that moonlight is just still too bright. Perhaps that is just still too bright. So, let me jump in here and bring this way down, because I guess it does make sense. This shouldn't be very bright at all. The moon should be pretty low. I really need more like a light power here. Because this is acting as if it's like the sun, you know. Ugh. All right, let's try and do... Why does it need sun direction? Why does it get sun direction? That's a good question. Nothing. Okay. I think my idea was that I would compute the illumination of the moon from this value. So... Now, let me just start bringing this value down. Until we get something that looks okay for the moon. I can't really see it anymore. It's there. Right, I might be okay with that. Okay. No light in the scene. Keep that in mind. Is it actually midnight? Wow, it's midnight in the... It's still like... What is this? Is there a light that's on right now? No, there's no light on. What is happening? Is there a lighting bug? Let me reload the scene. Is this fog? Something's going on here. So I'm getting extra light from something. I have all of it turned off. This is really weird. Something's just wrong with... Yeah. I mean, it... Something's wrong. Oh, wow. What? That's gotta be a bug, right? Oh, this kind of sucks. What have I done? How did I make this happen? Hmm. Roughly equivalent to the value of the sky at midday. Wow, really? So I have to worry about this value too to make it correct. I mean, I'm not even sure why it's flashing this much. Like, that's just insane. Okay, so background, I need to scale the intensity as well, I think, to the... I need to compute some, like, overall intensity of the light of the sky. Yeah, I have a lot of values that I have to mess with. Okay. Background intensity nits. I wonder if I can find any baseline value. Okay. I'm pretty sure this is luminance. Yeah. So they say nits, then a nit is what? Candela per square meter? Is that just candela? Okay. Giga. That's billion, right? Possible retinal damage. Oh, I guess I want clear sky at noon. 10,000. yeah, 10,000. Is that about what they have here? They have 30,000. I'm just going to drop that to 10,000 then. Because that might be a factor in why I feel like it's a little bit overbright sometimes. What is going on? Something's just totally glitched out with this stuff. Do I need to turn on the lights? Is that like gonna fix this? No, it does not fix it. This is like overbright, and this is what it should look like. That light is off. I don't have any other lights on, right? I mean, what's going on here? Like, this is super strange. Let me try hiding this. Hiding that and see if this is contributing. No, it's happening again. So what is happening here? What is going on with that? Let me just try looking it up. I don't know. It is the ambient light flickering. Hey look, that looks exactly like what I'm getting. I don't have a reflection probe. What? Okay. Oh, this lighting stuff is actually probably gonna kill me. Because I know I set this all up, and I set it up poorly. But this is just like nothing. I'm not doing anything here. SSAO, what does this do again? Screen space ambient occlusion. What if I turn that off? Let me just start turning things off until the problem goes away. Okay, well, the tone map doesn't do anything. Alright, cool. So it still flickers even with that on. This background. It still flickers. Like, this is really intense. Could it be my camera? I do have some crazy values here. Yeah, it's just like super bad. What about okay, so bring this up seems to like make that happen. Yeah, it starts happening. I can make it happen consistently right there, so let me set up this to 100. And it doesn't happen there. Yeah, pretty much the instant I go over 100, this starts happening with the exposure. Let me set things back to default. Nothing. Let me go up to 200. Yeah, so I can make it happen as soon as I turn up. And I have... yeah, I mean, this just is really poor. It could be somehow my... Very interesting. So is ISO just bugged? Is camera attributes practical bad? Should I stop using this? The reason I set this up was so that, you know what, maybe it is bad. I don't know. Let me do physical. I wonder if I can get a higher ISO here and the flicker doesn't happen. No, the flicker instantly happens. Okay. Anything over 100 is just broken. Okay, let me look up Godot. Dude. I almost want to go look at the code here and see where 100 is a hard constant that's like changing, that like flips a switch, because it's definitely a shader thing. Somewhere in here, there's like, let me even go to like 101 and see if I can make it happen. Okay, let me go to like 120. I'm seeing it happen. Something over 100 ISO. Exposure sensitivity. Is that the same thing for practical? Exposure sensitivity. Something over 100 starts causing problems. And it's only with ambient and it's only with ambient light. Ambient and reflected light cause problems here. So I'm looking for something about ambient light source and reflected light source. All right, let's go hunting. Let me look for it. Just open it up here. And then I want to do a search for okay, so ambient light source, interesting. That's not really cool that I've searched for this and oh man. Ambient source. Ah, okay. So it's called ambient source. Good. So somewhere in a shader, not really sure where, but somewhere in a shader. What is this? Is this a shader? Somewhere there's a constant value where over 100 starts modifying this in combination with this. Because it looks like to me it does a shortcut. Or essentially some switch flips and values over 100 just start causing this really bad shadowing. Shading, it's just, it suddenly gets super bright. Okay, so this is drawing here. Let me look for this again. Environment, that's all fine. Preview timer timed out. I don't believe you. What is this file? Only 400 lines? I mean, there's also literally nothing here. It's actually the most bare bones header file I've ever seen on Godot. That's actually crazy. They didn't go nuts with that. Ambient source. Use ambient light. Why is this all commented out? What? If GLES 3 enabled? I don't know what I'm using actually. Maybe I'm not using GLES. Ambient and environment is clear color or background color. Source is ambient, source background. So I'm looking at this one, I think. Yeah, it should be sitting in here. Background clear color. Yeah, we're not doing that. I guess it is ambient source background and then background color. It's the same thing here. Ambient light energy, ambient light. Use ambient light as true. Use ambient light as use ambient cube map, or source is ambient source color. Cube map is ambient source is the background, and the environment background is the sky. Hey, Rydent. Monkeys. I've got a problem. So if I set my ISO to 100 and I look around a little bit, it looks fine, right? As soon as I start going over this value, I'll go to 200 so it's more obvious what's happening. And I start looking around. The scene suddenly just gets brighter at certain points. And it's like weird where it happens. Like, I'm not sure. It's like sometimes I can make it drop down, sometimes I can't. Yeah, that's the thing. At 100, it's fine. Like, as I start going over 100, the effect gets worse. So like at like 110, you can maybe start seeing it happen. I guess maybe like 120 is when you can really start noticing it. Yeah, I can see it happening. So I'm trying to find... I'm scouring the shader source here to find out why values over 100 start messing with it. Because I can't use 100. I need to... This value has to go up to like 1,000. And that... I mean... It's because I'm using like physical light source. This bug exists in Halo 4. It's because I'm using like physical values for things. So currently, you can't tell because it's so damn dark, but I have a very bright flashlight pointed at the house. So if I just set myself to midnight, you still can't see it. But then if I bring up the ISO, I guess I turned it off. Turn it on. Yeah, the light's on, but you can't see it. Because it's just stupid how dark, how dim it is. Yeah. I mean, you literally just cannot see it at all. Maybe I can make it appear here. No. Why is it not visible right now? Yeah, at 10,000 you can start to finally see it. When I'm at, you know, an ISO of like 3,000. you can start to see it. Yeah, but like, it's just dumb because I would need. I don't get it. I don't get it. I feel like they must have implemented their lighting system wrong, because you have to make spotlights ridiculously bright. This is actually even 16 times brighter than normal. This is normal brightness too. 10,000 lumens, the strongest flashlight you can probably buy, and like 16 times as powerful again, and you can still barely see it. They must have done something wrong. That's like the only explanation. I could bring my attenuation down to 1, and then it's like really dumb looking. They definitely did something wrong. Also this value, I need to like start playing with that value when the sun goes down, because otherwise the skybox is way too bright. It's just getting a little stupid. It's getting a little bit stupid. Chug the coffee, I don't know what I'm gonna do with myself. Yeah. You could help me look for this. Look for where they say, if ISO greater than 100, debug. It's gotta be like a subtraction of 100, because it just doesn't make sense how that's possible. I'm seeing camera attributes set. I gotta eventually probably find this. Exposure and auto exposure. Cam attributes. Exposure normalization. Huh. Rendering server default func 2, 1, 8, 3, and 6. What? What is that? That looks insane. What is this? Is this even a real problem? Can I reproduce this in game? Let me see if I can even produce it in game before I continue. Let me go right up to 200, where I know it's going to definitely be a problem. And where can I go to... Somewhere like over here it was happening. Why does it look like this also? Imaginary problem. Yeah, that was... I definitely should have asked myself, can I even see this first? Oh, okay. So, can I get somewhere that... Okay, so somewhere about over here, if I look around, I can see it. So let's bring my guy over. Right about here, if I look around, I can see it. Just verify. Yep. Literally standing right about there, I can see it. So let's see if I can see it. Are we high right now? Are we actually high right now? Hello? Dude, Godot has such a problem with this. It's still doing it. What is it doing? It's lied to me about the world scene. Like, I start editing a ghost. I'm straight up editing a ghost and it's not... Okay, like the guy is still standing there, so maybe it's true. Dude. I don't understand how this happens. I don't know what I did. I don't know what I did to deserve this, but it's just... It is hell. This is hell. He's gonna be back over there. Now that I like fully reopen it, he's gonna be standing back over there. Oh no, he's still standing here. So can we be serious now? Are we gonna have me not standing over there? Okay, you know what? That is just the dumbest thing ever. Okay, no, but seriously, how does that make sense? How does that make sense? Explain to me how this makes sense. Why am I standing over here? I mean, like, literally, why am I standing over there? Like, I'm waiting for him to, like, teleport back over there. Okay, sword. Are we... Dude. Like, what? What? Is that camera, like, taking over my body or something? What's going on? Why is he over there? Oh my god. I was dragging the mesh the whole time. Dude. 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 Like, please. Please. Stop. Control L. Please just, like, stop screwing with me. Please stop screwing with me. I'm gonna lose my mind. Alright, so about right here, I can still, like, yep. I can look around and make that happen. Okay, we're truly in the position that I believe I am in. Oh. Yeah, okay. So this is a real problem. I can make it happen. It's happening here. Yeah, okay. Real problem. Real solution. The real solution is to figure out where the problem is. I can see it. Now I gotta find out where it actually happens. With minor crash outs in between. Only small ones. This is so weird. Camera attributes owner. Set the exposure to this. Camera attributes owner. Let me look for use auto exposure. Tone map. I'm not looking at tone map, I'm looking here. Camera attributes set auto exposure. Luminance. Camera attributes uses auto exposure? Uses auto exposure. Camera attributes uses auto exposure. We're slowly getting close. Can use effects, auto exposure scale. So it's got to be somewhere in here that there's like a value, like 100, I bet. Because it's really consistent, everything over 100 causes this flickering. And it gets more powerful the further over 100 you are. I just gotta figure out where that really happens. Luminance get current luminance buffer, RB, exposure. It could be right there. Not there. Well, it would be here. Tone map. I guess I'll just start looking through these. So this looks like the first one. Never mind. That's shading. I'm looking at this one. Hey, Danilin. I found a problem with ISO levels. Also, I need to open my window a little bit more. I just noticed that. Oh, there we go. I was gonna add a flashlight, and I even started my stream saying, let's do the simplest one first. I was about to say that the flashlight's gonna be really simple, but then I stopped myself and I said, if anything, it's always the simplest things in Godot that appear to be the worst. Essentially, I'm using physical light units, and I'm pretty sure... Yeah, change how the environment rendering stuff works. I'm pretty sure they've done it wrong with spotlights. Their values are definitely like 100 times fainter than they should be. And I think it's probably related to ISO, but I also have found another problem, not even about any of that, but currently my ISO is set to 200, which is double the normal value. And if I start looking around, you can see the scene suddenly gets like way brighter, like instantly. The color just instantly changes. Right? It seems very consistent with the ISO being over 100. That effect gets more and more powerful the further over 100 that you are. Right? Now like you can't miss it now. At 100 it never happens. Doesn't happen at 100. As soon as you start going over 100, the effect just starts getting more and more aggressive. Yeah, it's really, really bad now. Because if I want to have like midday to like midnight with a full moon, the light level is like a million times different. So at night, I would have to modify my ISO to like 1000. I would need to bring it up to like 1000 ISO. And this effect is super bad. The change in brightness here. So I'm trying to find where that bug is so I can take it out. Because I genuinely need that to be gone. That's when you mess with the lights in a dark room. First encoding was in a dark room. Happens a lot in Blender too. Really? That? Rydent was just telling me that this bug exists in Halo 4. Which I don't remember ever seeing it. But that's really interesting. If this is like a common thing, I don't know why it's not been fixed. Because that feels like a pretty standard thing. You're like, oh, let's crank up the ISO over 100, and then... Has just no one ever done that? Does no one do that? So essentially, I'm just hoping to find somewhere where there's like a subtraction by 100 happening. That would be really nice. Like, real T over brightness equals ISO minus 100. Like, that would be cool. That would be really cool. I don't think it exists like that. You set up all the lights and render thing, and it looks very dark later. So your screen is very bright when you're working. Oh, yeah. I guess, yeah. Where's exposure used here? Params exposure. View count. Where does params go? FSR2 effect upscale parameters. What is this? Using upscaling? Oh, never mind. I can definitely ignore that. So this one says tone map all around, but organized system textures, I don't know if they are free to use. If you can't find a license, they're free to use. That's kind of a good way to go about it. Let me try changing the tone map, because I use Reinhardt. Let me go to Aces. Okay, no, it still definitely happens with Aces. Try linear. Yeah. So it doesn't change when I do this. But I guess let me look anyway and see. I'm using E. Control E. Can use effects and environment auto exposure when using sub passes. So can use effects would be false here, so it's not happening there. It seems like that's nothing. Let's go here. Use auto exposure, exposure texture. Get current luminance buffer. Could be luminance buffer. I don't think exposure is used. I guess I can just search for exposure here. I think if can use effects is on, then exposure is not considered. Environment is valid. Environment get exposure. That could be a place to look for. Although I'm not sure why. Why does it set exposure twice? Oh, those are exposure textures. Okay. And we do environment get exposure. Which actually seems like right where you would think it would be. Environment get exposure. Pass 1 RC. UBO. What is UBO? Something buffer object? GL gen buffers? Environment storage, environment get exposure. Return environment exposure. I think I get what's going on there. Is it exposure? I mean, it's hard to tell. I just know that the effect gets worse when as ISO goes over 100. Let me just search for 100. Or do we just have 100? Somewhere 100 is just written in the code. That's as far as we get. Okay. 100.0. I'll have to do like a literal 0.0. Math testing. Exposure sensitivity. I mean, that is the value that I'm changing, that it's... I really have to find where this value goes. Ooh. That's very interesting. There's a 100 right next to exposure sensitivity. So, exposure aperture and shutter speed. I'm not using physical right now. I'm using practical. Right? Yeah, I'm using practical. So it even has to, it can't just be here. Although that's really also super suspicious. And I think I tested it and it still happened with practical or physical, right? Going over 100 still does this. Yep. Just as bad. And it's like, it's a sudden change. It's a really sudden change. Let me try something real quick. I want to see if this is possibly being affected by any of this stuff. So I'm going to try to hide everything. What is that? What is this camera over there? Interesting. What is that camera over there? Is it... Is it that? Is this camera messing with something? No, I want the bolt. Interesting. Okay. This is a crazy bug, but I think I might know what's going on here. This was an issue I had before with this rifle, where the scope was just not looking correct at all, and I was setting some values on it. I bet this is doing something like... This has got to be like overriding the environment stuff. It's got to be overriding my camera settings when this is loaded. So let me really get a good look at this camera. Where is it? Scope view attributes. I don't really have anything changed, but this stuff, 100 to 400 millimeter. Why is it overriding my environment though? All right, I'm gonna go and clear this off, and ideally that means it stops happening. Okay, it's still happening. I guess I need to reload the world. I'm really glad I noticed that camera was popping in back there and then stuff was changing. Alright, cool. So, good. It was of course me all along. I hope I don't have to go through that. Go through what? I don't look over the chat frequently enough. Dude. Never look at the code. Never, always assume it's your fault in some way. This is my lesson of the day. Always assume anything going wrong, assume it's your fault. That's probably a good, a good thing generically too. Anything going wrong, assume it's your fault. Let me double check that this doesn't have anything. Good. Why is this camera here? I think this camera was here for like messing with the terrain LODs or something. I don't know. Okay, but I figured it out. It was me all along. The ISO was definitely having an effect because the ISO was like flipping back and forth between my value and a lower value. Or like a higher value. I don't know what was happening. It was definitely that camera was overriding the real camera's ISO for some reason. Perhaps even let me go back to this and set the camera to, yeah, I was going to say not be current. I don't understand that. Why was that happening? Does viewport need to be like own world or something? Should it be own world? I think this probably deletes, yeah. It kind of, yeah, okay. I mean, I guess it's still probably kind of a bug because we shouldn't be taking on like camera attributes from a camera halfway across the world that is not even our current camera. You know, just a thought, maybe. I need to like commit that to memory somewhere. I need to go write that down somewhere. I'm gonna go write this down in the docs somewhere. Maybe this is just going a little crazy, but I feel like I need to write this down so that in case anyone else has noticed this, has this problem, they might be looking at camera 3D and being like, ooh, environment post-processing. Let me literally put it here. Wow, they crazy with this one. Let me see if anyone has mentioned this before. Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna leave a comment here about this. Why do we scroll up? I gotta write it down somewhere, just so I can probably remember it, and hopefully someone else who might have the same problem notices it. And also, it's definitely a bug. That camera popping in way back there would just like... something with the ISO. It was like something was happening with the ISO when that camera would come into view. Which maybe it's just a good idea to put all your camera attributes on every camera and not use environment. But your camera, the viewport camera, uses the environment camera attributes. So that's even like an editor thing too. That camera way over there was like changing something with ISO over here. Alright, so I'm going to start turning... I kind of need to start turning stuff back on. I think that should probably be sky, and this should be sky, that should be sky, and that should be sky. Good. So now can I... probably, you know what, let's go to physical. Okay. Let's bring this up. I think I found that 240 was a value I was happy with. And then the aperture, I mean, this is actually kind of stupid. Let me not do physical. Let me do practical. It's a bit easier to work with these exposure values that way. Auto exposure, speed, I want 1 on that guy. I think I even have this saved. Yeah, let me just open this one. Sensitivity 200, no more flickering, awesome. Maybe even go up straight to 800, which is kind of where I wanted it to be. And let's do probably 10 there, and then max has got to start coming up pretty high. Eventually it will look not quite so bright, although maybe it is a little too bright now. Maybe 100 is fine for like daylight, and then you know what, I'll just put those at those values, and then I think I can scale ISO based on the time of, not even the time of day, but how bright the scene gets. Because realistically, this value should go up when it starts getting darker, and then it goes down when it starts getting brighter. Should probably be how it works. We'll go for a nap and work. Make good progress yesterday. Some basic menus to start the game. Nice. And then yeah, when it gets darker, I would scale this up to something. Although it looks a bit interesting in how it's like... Because really what should happen is color should kind of go away. I should start losing the ability to see color. Maybe this is where like physical works better. I don't know. I don't know for sure. The spotlight is still on, right? Yeah. Still at 10,000 lumens. And this should probably be down like 6,000. I mean, really, I should see the light. I should see the light here, I think. On this wall. Also, I gotta really mess with, I think, like the near plane. I actually don't know. There's so much lighting stuff, man. It's really hard to figure it out. Focus distance. That's gonna come down quite a bit, I think. Oh, nope. I'll leave that there. I think it's focal length or near. Does 2000 bring everything in? Yeah, what point can I see everything back there? 500? Hmm. I don't know. I guess I could find clever ways to like hide stuff over there. It's more just like seeing across the lake here. I kind of want you to always be able to do that. But I don't know. Maybe I have to figure something out for that. I mean, I guess you can see the buildings there. Alright, let me go like... I don't know, up here or something. I mean, I guess as long as you can see the buildings there, we're probably good. It'd be nice if the terrain could like fade away or something. But I guess really for every bit of this that I can take off under 4,000 is going to be a lot better for stuff like shadows and things. And maybe I should figure something out as like some shader to get to like fill in the world there with green. I guess I could actually use something like a shader. Render the world in like a lower resolution really far away. Huh. I don't know. It seems like 2900 is probably a good value. So that should really help with... I'm pretty sure that affects shadow maps too. That distance. The distance stuff. It improves the clarity of shadow maps. It also means the near can be way closer. Well, I'm like right on top of that. Okay. All right. Let me just start working with this. Just paid the price for chugging that coffee? Yeah. Yeah, I bet. I found out what the issue was with the flickering. It was my fault. The camera for the rifle scope was just like doing something with exposure settings when the camera was in render distance. I just happened to be at the perfect distance away from the rifle over here at the cabin, so that just turning the camera would take it in and out of render distance. I mean, I say it's my fault. It's still kind of Godot's fault, because that camera is not my viewport camera, and for some reason its camera attributes were setting my camera attributes somehow, or like setting the environment exposure value. I'm not even sure how. So it's still, I mean, it's like half my fault. But I suppose what I should really do is, I thought I just saved this. Okay. Oh, we're being a liar now. We're being a liar now. We're saying that I'm saving it, but I'm not saving it. Fine. Alright, so how do I use f-stops and shutter speed? I guess I should probably leave that as it is and then just change aperture. Probably. Is that modifying ISO? No, what is that? I don't know, let's just bring this up to 800. Holy crap. Because aperture probably makes a bit more sense. Can I see my light yet? No. When do I see the light? Maybe I wouldn't see it right now. Okay, well I should definitely be able to see it now. It's at 10,000, right? Yeah, it's visible and at 10,000. There it is. Hey, at least I can start to see it at like 4 instead of 16. So maybe I'm making some progress. Really weird. What if I bring down 1 over... Wait, what is that? 1 over shutter speed seconds? I don't know. I don't know, 100 is probably a fine value. There's gotta be something here where I can like bring up ISO. And just crank that. This is so dumb. It's just super bad. It's really bad. Like, I cannot see this. Whoa. I don't want to just make my light super bright because I have this like weird... It starts causing some super weird effects. Oh, wait a second, I can see the light right now. Okay, but that is like super bright way out there. Wait, I can see it at 100 right now. This is actually big progress. Wait, what? Alright, this is big progress. These values are pretty much like at their defaults right now, and I can see a light. Although I feel like I should still see that light a lot better. Should I be bringing ISO down? I have to find some value here that I can modify over time. They limit me to 64. Indoor lighting, a value of 2 to 4 is more appropriate, really. Oh my god. Like, you literally can't see it, that damn thing. And also, the world is super blurry now. Okay. Why is the world so blurry? Oh my gosh. A value is 2 to 4 is more appropriate. I mean, what here really controls the dynamic range? Like, that's what I really need. Would I have like a low value here and then a low exposure value? I also can't see the light anymore. Maybe need to increase shutter speed if I go to 200. I mean, I just don't get it. Where, like, what did I just change? Like, I can't see the light anymore. I'm at pure defaults. This light is very, very bright. Just too bright outside? I don't know. Like, I feel like it should be visible here. It should be pretty bright here. Well, I think this was the thing that I kind of had to mess with. This intensity should be lower. It should actually track lower as the sun starts going down, although it looks really bright right now. So maybe the sun is kind of too high up still. Okay, but like about here, it's like right on the horizon right now. So we'll judge it at 0.8. So then I think this would just have to drop down a lot. I mean, maybe not quite that much. I mean, I don't know. I'm just trying to like get this light to be visible, like at all. It's like the real issue is that it's just not visible at all. Eventually all these numbers will come together and be really nice. I mean, the default is 30,000, which kind of feels correct to me. Right? I don't know. I thought I could modify that. Maybe I shouldn't modify that. Now let's go back to night. What here gets me more visibility from this light? Let me bring him further away. I mean, yeah, like you can't see it at all anymore. It's like not brighter than the sky, which is nuts. It's ridiculous. And I don't know what here has like the wrong value. Thought maybe it would be ISO was coming up and that would bring this in. It's like the light's just not there. Maybe my shutter speed should be like higher. Like 200, like 500. And then I don't know, like what combination of changes here gets me this light to appear? I mean, it could still be that this value needs to come down to like 1,000 at this point. I don't know. Like 2,000. Also, that like physically changes the brightness of the moon, which is kind of nuts. Maybe that is something I gotta change over time. Like I absolutely have to get this value going down. This light is just crazy. I don't understand how it's so bad. I mean, yeah, maybe it is just like all... It's just all the sky is just too bright. And I gotta really crank it down once it starts getting to be nighttime. The light just feels so bad. It just feels so bad. I would really like to keep it, you know, reasonable with how much illumination it has. Alright, let me go back to this video. I want to see if I can learn anything about it.
Godot has a few different sources of light. The first is obvious. It's the 3D light nodes that we manually place around our scene. But the world environment can also add light to a scene, and so can emissive materials. But we'll get to those. So let's start with this very simple scene. And the question that normally comes up is, how do I get rid of the lighting that is already
Is there
here?
anything I can learn?
See, by default, Godot uses a preview sun and environment when working in the editor. So to make the scene dark, we can disable the preview sun by pressing this icon. But it's still not completely black.
I should probably look at...
Because the preview environment also contributes light to the scene. So you'd think that we can just...
I should probably look at like some tutorial about environment and stuff like
This
that.
makes Godot default to this horrible gray color. Instead, we need to enable the preview environment, go under these 3 dots, and add the environment to our scene. As you can see, we now have a world environment node. Here we can go under environment and set the background mode from sky to custom color. And because the color is set to black, we can see that our scene turns dark. I will also just go under the glow here and disable it. So now our scene is completely dark, which means that we can add a light node to see the effects of that light only. And if you watched our video on making 3D games in Godot, you'll know that we have 3 different light nodes that we can place in our scene. Directional light, which shines light onto the entire scene from a certain direction. It's often used as a sun or moon. Omnilight, which emits light from a point out in a radius. Think of it like a light bulb. And spotlight, which emits a cone of light in the direction it's pointing, kind of like a flashlight. It's pretty easy to start playing around with these lights. Just add one to your scene and place it where you see fit. But there are a few things that are good to know. So here I've added an Omnilight to the scene, but...
Let me try something here. Let me go to this and set background mode to black. Okay. Barely see it. Like, should I bring scale up? Auto exposure scale up to like 1. Is that what I should do? I don't know. Their default value being 0.4 is like suspicious to me. I'm not sure why that's the default value. Why is it so? Why is it like this? Like, does this seem right? Like, this is the only light here. 10,000 lumens. They must have messed something up with the spotlight. I mean, I think at this point I gotta just say that they've done something wrong with how spotlights work. and just increase the energy to like 4 times. Because that's just crazy to me. And I think I'll cut that in quarters as well, because I'm sure these multiply together. I feel like they've just definitely done something wrong with spotlight illumination, because these values just make no sense. How high I have to bring them before I can see this light in a totally dark scene with like no changes. Like I'm even cranking up the brightness. The scale is higher, the brightness is higher. Like everything is so much higher. Alright. I think I'm happy with how this looks. I've settled the values here for night. Whoop. And I feel like it's like, you know, accurate. I feel like it's not. I feel like I'm holding a 10,000 lumen flashlight now, to say the least. I feel like I'm holding a really bright flashlight. Okay. So let me go back here and modify this, because I do not want a 10,000 lumen flashlight. I want like maybe maybe 7,000. You know, maybe more like, because even the smallest flashlight that you can like get, like a 1,000 lumen flashlight, is still gonna like light up a whole room at night. Let's say 4,000. I'll set that at 4,000 and then I'll continue messing with values here. Actually, that still seems fine. 4,000 still looks pretty good. So I just have to figure out what Alright, now this is feeling like... Alright, so I still want it to be a powerful light, but now 4,000 is looking pretty good. So I'll keep bringing this down a bit until I feel like it kind of makes sense from where I'm standing. And then I'll have to really mess around with... I have to start moving a lot of stuff. Alright, so this is still pretty dang bright. Yeah, this feels like a light. A flashlight. Alright. Maybe I can actually bring it all the way down to like 2,000. What if I bring this to 1? With 2,000, what does this look like? Oh, it's actually there. Okay. Pretty sweet, actually. Pretty sweet. I am lighting up a room, at least. Okay. I'm not exactly sure how I did it, but now this is like a 2000. Let me even go to 2500. This is a really bright flashlight. Like realistically, this 2500 is a really bright flashlight. So what have I got set here? That's fine, I think. I need to find something that I have to change. It's probably ISO. I think I'll need to do some stuff with exposure sensitivity and scaling it depending on like doing my own on top of the auto exposure here, on top of this, doing my own stuff. Also intensity of the skylight is a big thing here. So let me try to remember these values here. So my thinking is the only two values I think I need to adjust here when I go to day is going to be this. So this is going to have to come up to like 3,000 or like 10,000. And this is going to have to drop down to like 100. This is my thinking. Okay. Let's do that. Let's bring the sun up. All right. So this, at the very least, needs to go up to 10,000 now. Or even, 30,000 would actually look pretty good. So 30,000. And now I would have to drop this down to like 100. So does this feel alright? Something does look odd now. Something does look a bit strange. Maybe it's just because I've been at darkness the whole time. Alright, let me see what this... how my flashlight feels here. It essentially hit... I can see it, but it kind of has like no effect, right? Maybe 30,000 is too high. Can I change this live? Oh, I can. Yeah, something just feels wrong with the shadows here. Yeah, 30,000 definitely seems good. Maybe ISO has to actually come down even further. I don't know, 50? Like, when can I start seeing my light inside? Because I should be able to see the light inside with this value. Dang. Man, that kind of sucks. Like, what can I... what... Like, that should be lit up. Like, if I shine the light in there, that should be lit up. It's just like, it's so dark. That kind of, this kind of like, okay, never mind. What the hell? I was gonna say this is kind of doing something, but why does it look so different after I click back in? I mean, it's starting to get a little bit better. I mean, I still can't see it on the floor. Is it like global illumination? Is it something there where I'm missing some extra shadowing? Because it's just as bright in here as it is here with the windows. And now it just looks terrible outside. Is that what I'm missing? Yeah, it's just as bright in here as just any other point shadow. Maybe that's what I'm really missing. There's like no real global illumination or something. Hey, legal alien. The Pew Pew have a Huss now? Gosh. This has been here the whole time. I just never been standing at it. I've been over at the zombie playground. But I'm trying to get a flashlight to work, and I think I'm still trying to figure out like what's going on with the lighting. I think it's something to do with just illumination in general. My setup is probably wrong because it should be really dark in this room, but this room is just as bright as it is out here, like at the door, right? So I guess like those shadows are the equivalent of like standing over here, I guess. I've definitely got problems with lighting, and I'm trying to figure out what I can do about it. GI too high and drop off too short. That's what I was starting to think, is that it's probably global illumination. I just don't have global illumination yet. Everything in shadow is like as if it's like a speck of shadow with a full sky lighting it up. Is probably where I'm like going wrong. Ambient occlusion? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I think so. Yeah, definitely. I'm sinking into the tub. So I don't know. I was trying to mess with these values to see what I could get to work. Because my thinking was I might need to change something as the time of day changes, but then that really doesn't work if you go inside. I definitely think I need to scale down intensity on the sky, this value, as the sun goes down. So like it would be 1,000 or something, or like close to it. This is probably too low for this time of day, but AO, if set incorrectly, will act as, yeah. That's probably just what I'm missing. And maybe I shouldn't even have ambient light. Like maybe ambient light should be off. And I just should be using something with global illumination. I don't really know what Godot has for that though. I've been doing a little bit of research stuff. Also, I mean, I feel like at this point my light should be visible too. So this is like technically a very bright flashlight that I'm holding compared to real values. And I can't even see it unless I'm like standing right up next to the wall, then I can start to see it. So I don't know, something is wrong somewhere. Like maybe it is. I mean, this is just super faint. Like at one point I had it so that I could see the front of the house with this light, and now I can't. It's like the light's not there. I don't know. I don't know Godot, but I do get GL. If my thoughts are correct, having ambient light using sky is essentially just gonna... yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure here ambient light is like fake global illumination, because it just says anything not receiving direct light gets this light exactly. So that's the same whether or not you're like inside of a deep bunker underground where there's literally no light source. It's still like as if you're outside in daylight, just without a sky, like the actual sun shining on you. So I'm pretty sure this is probably just wrong. Using this at all is not gonna get me what I'm looking for. I guess it could be really low. I could have very small amounts of it just so that even like totally dark areas of the world are not completely black, but I don't know, I kinda feel like I do want that. At least a little bit. I probably gotta look at global illumination. What's going on here? Why is this like that? Oh, because I turned it off. So now it looks really dumb. Yeah, it's definitely like fake global illumination. All right. I gotta go to the bathroom, but I'm gonna start looking at that once I'm back. I'm back. Legal Alien, SSAO is off. I am back. I had to grab a centipede. Very, very large bug. Legal Alien, if you're there, I would like to know what your Googling has turned up. Why is this not turning on at all now? Oh, is this like reset to 1000? Yeah, okay. AL is just GI. Sky contribution will overthrow your intensity. Since you're using background light, your reflective should match. Well, it's... the background just is sky. So I could set them both to sky, and then it's the same thing. But I mean, I just don't... It's definitely not correct, because in this room, these walls should be like totally dark. Like the only light source is from like the ground. HDRI. I don't have that. Like I said, I'm pretty sure it's definitely just like fake and fake global illumination. I need to look up. Godot definitely has stuff for it. I have a video open that I was gonna watch, so I should probably keep going through that. Does this like... Oh, okay, interesting. I mean, I feel like I could already see... Maybe there isn't any of that. I mean, that is kind of a lot. Kind of like regain some... No. Yeah. I'm looking at the frame rate here. That's like taking 100 off when I do that. Or like 80 off. None of this here improves it. Maybe detail. No. Well, I mean, like I said, no amount of messing with this value I think is going to do anything to make it actually... Wow, that's really weird. That's a really strange color. Is that... It's probably reflected light, yeah. It's definitely like inside this room. It should be darker inside this room than it is out here, right next to light. So thing with AL is it affects the albedo. Yeah, I mean it's like the color, but it's and this is good color for shadow if you're like standing here, you know. This is like what you would expect the color of the shadow to be because you have all the sky shining on it. But inside here you have no sky. That's like it. Like this ceiling up here should be totally dark. There's no light coming in on the ceiling. Right? Like maybe on the floor is kind of bright because like I guess the real texture would be like a white floor here, so maybe that would make sense, but up here this should be dark. This room should be dark. Because like even if I close, like if I had a physical door here and I close the door, this room would still be just as bright. So I had this video, I was just watching through it to see if I can learn stuff. I think they cover... Yeah. Because most of the world is going to be really static. The only thing that's going to change is like small objects that aren't affecting... Love brackies, yeah. It's going to be small objects that aren't affecting ambient light. So I think this is really what I have to get through. I didn't even see this turning daytime into nighttime. So, I don't know. I'll get there eventually.
For example, if we go under shadow, for all of them we can...
There's definitely some knowledge here that I'm missing.
And set the energy, which is the intensity of the light, as well as choose a color. But there are also some settings that are specific to each light. For example, under Omni here, we can set the range of the light. We can also adjust that with the gizmo. And we can change the attenuation. This controls how light will fall off as we get further from the source. An attenuation of 2 is physically accurate. And right now, Godot is emitting light from just a tiny point. We can go ahead and increase the size in order to simulate light coming from a larger source. we can see that this has two effects. First of all, the size of the light in the reflections grow, and also it results in shadows becoming softer. Increasing the size of a light can give really nice looking results, but it's very performance heavy, so use it with care. If you find that your shadows are looking fuzzy, you can always go under Project Settings, enable Advanced Settings, and then scroll down to Lights and Shadows. Here we can increase the soft shadow filter quality for both directional and positional shadows. So I'll just set mine to high here, and that should instantly make the shadows look a lot smoother. The spotlight again shares many of the same settings, but for this one we can control the angle, which is kind of the width of the cone, as well as the angle attenuation, which again controls light fall off as we near the edges of the cone. And the directional light is no exception, again many of the same settings, but under directional shadow we can adjust the max distance. This controls how far away we can see the shadows cast by the directional light. This is of course a performance optimization, but if you find that shadows are fading out too close to the camera, you can simply increase the max distance. Now as mentioned, light nodes aren't the only sources of light in Godot. As we saw, the world environment can also add light to our scene. Let's call this environment light. By default, the world environment adds light to our scene based on the background we choose. So since we made the background a solid black, no environment light is currently being added. But if we were to change this to a brighter color, we can see that it hugely influences the light of our scene. And if we set the background to a sky, the colors of our sky now determine the environment light. So modifying the sky again has a big impact on the scene. But of course, we might want to make changes to the background without affecting the light.
He's got to get to that
case,
somewhere
we can
here.
go under ambient light, which is
yes,
the
global
amount of light
illumination,
added to the scene
SDF,
and modified individually.
voxel.
We can adjust the intensity or set the source to something completely
I'm
different
probably just
from the background.
gonna have probes,
But the environment also contributes another kind of light to the scene. Can you guess
which
what
I guess is this section.
It's visible on the screen right now. That's right, it's reflections. Very reflective materials like this sphere show this pretty clearly. But just slightly reflective materials are also influenced by this. And just like with ambient light, we have individual control over that here. Finally, an important thing to know is that environment light is global. Both ambient and reflected light will affect all geometry of the scene. It doesn't matter if it's indoors or outdoors, nearby or far away. This is sometimes what you want and sometimes it's not. We'll get into how we can influence that later. Also, I'll be using these guide spheres throughout the video. I find that they make it easier to see if the brightness is good and if reflections are working properly. If you want to do this yourself, it's nothing fancy, just a scene with 3 spheres, each with a standard material. One almost black like coal, one almost white like paper, and one shiny like a mirror. The exact material values for this really aren't important. Alright, now we know some of the tools at our disposal, which means that we can start thinking about how to use them to express ideas.
That's probably a good idea. I should probably get one of those. Let me go and do it. Yeah, this probably makes sense as like a debug thing, isn't it? Man, I don't think he did. He put all his values up there.
Because like one almost, if you want to do this yourself, it's nothing fancy, just a scene with 3 spheres, each with a standard material. One almost black like coal.
He does decrease the roughness. Albedo? 6? What do you mean 6? What's 6? This? That does get brighter. Alright. Would this be like 0.3 or is it 0.2? Also, I thought I made it unique. I guess I only made the material unique. I didn't make the mesh unique. Whoops. Okay. Why are they still changing? I thought I made this one unique.
One almost white like paper, and one shiny.
Yeah, okay. Roughness 0.1, sure. Alright. It's probably a good idea to have these somewhere over here. They're maybe a little too small though. Or would this be at just 0.8? No. Right.
Like a mirror.
Sure.
The exact material means that we can start thinking about how to use them to express ideas. Because lighting is an art form, and one that is just as important in games as it is in theater and movies. And by far, the most important part of lighting is placement. Light shining directly onto a subject from the same height tends
I'll
to
just
feel
skip
less
this part.
dramatic.
I don't need this.
But of course, we can use more than one light, and I find that the best introduction
I'm
to
also
this
going to
is-
skip 3
So
point.
let's do exactly that while looking at our first example, lighting this tavern.
And
So-
I'm going to skip that.
Now at this point you might be thinking, I can see the effects of the lights, but I can't see the lights.
I'm gonna skip that. Okay.
Before we do that though, I thought it would be cool if we took what we've learned so far and used it to light an outdoor scene as well. And what better place to do that than outdoors?
I already understand a lot of that. I'm more looking for how to make it... How I need to set up stuff so that the lights I place actually even look how I expect them to look.
In this case, I decided to use a sky HDRI from Polyhaven. I'll often try out a few different ones to see what works well for the scene. I landed on a warm sunset. If you want to learn more about custom skies and the world environment in general, you can check out our video on making 3D games in Godot. Now, the most important light in a daylight scene is...
Okay, I'm like, what? What am I hearing? Alright.
Now, the most important light in a daylight scene is the sun. So I added a directional light. I rotated it around until I thought it created some interesting shadowing, and then matched up the angle with the sun and the sky. Because the sun is low in the sky, I also made the light slightly orange. Next, I looked for other light sources. Would you please? I'm trying to concentrate, and you're not making it easy. Alright, guess I won't have any birds in the scene then.
That looks
Anyway,
like... Wait,
next
I just
looked for other
noticed.
light
This looks like
sources in the
Fable
scene.
1.
Since the sun is setting, I thought it was reasonable for the lamps to have been turned on at this time of day.
That really kind
So
of looks
I
like
added an
Fable.
omni-light to
That
each with
chicken,
a fairly low intensity
especially.
and a warm color. It's important not to exaggerate these, since the light of the sun should still feel powerful compared to artificial lights. I also enabled shadows. If I was targeting
Okay,
low-end
wait a
hardware,
second.
I
What do
would
you set these
both
values
compare
to?
intensity and a warm color.
Okay, so he's on not
It's important not to
physical lighting
exaggerate
right
these,
now.
since the light of the sun should still feel powerful compared to artificial lights. I also enabled shadows. If I was targeting low-end hardware, I would either keep these disabled or bake the lights, but we'll get to that. Finally, I added emission to the lamps. And at this point the scene looks fine, but it feels a little dead. So to give the impression that there are actually people living here, I added emission to some of the windows as well. I also decided to throw in a second directional light to act as a rim light. I made it shine from the opposite direction and gave it a cooler color. This scene also lends itself well to some subtle VFX to simulate particles in the wind or perhaps swaying in the grass, but that's for another video. And the background currently feels very much like a background. It would be great if we could find a way to blend
Should I
the
do
sky
that?
and geometry together a bit more. Which again brings us to that secret sauce I talked about.
Should I
Fog.
throw in a...
Fog is a really helpful tool when lighting a scene.
I
It's
guess
great
that
for
kind of
putting
counts
geometry
as the
with background.
moonlight,
It can
so I
also
guess I
be
don't
used to
really
hide
need to
linear
add...
limitations in the distance
add
and to
one.
create all kinds of cool effects. For example, we can use it to fade distant objects into the dark, creating a really claustrophobic effect super common in horror games. Such an effect can be achieved using what I would call old school fog, which can be found in the world environment node under fog. This is a very performant way of fading objects into a solid color based on depth or height. I won't go into all the parameters here, but I recommend you play around with them. They can easily inspire cool looks for your game. To create a horror-like fog, for example, we can set the mode to depth and change the light color to black. Then we can choose where the fog should start fading in using depth begin, and where it should be completely black using depth end. And that's it. When we move the camera through the scene, the fog makes sure that everything that is not close to us fades to black. But Godot also has the option to add volumetric fog. This is a much more realistic fog calculation that will color the fog based on the light shining through it. In other words, it can be used to emulate light being scattered by particles in the air. This is of course also more expensive to
Yeah,
run.
I'm seeing what I got
Indoor scene,
immediately
you can use
here.
particles in the air.
This purple light is like... It looks like it's some kind of particle thing, where it's getting really bright and then getting dim.
This
Over
is of
and
course
over.
also more expensive to render. In our indoor
I wonder
scene,
if
we can
he
use volumetric fog
will
to draw
mention
more
this.
attention to the staircase by making the light visible when shining through it. To do this, I enabled volumetric fog in the world environment, lowered the density a bit, and set the sky effect to 0. I didn't want to make the fog thicker, but I still didn't think the green light was clear enough, so I selected it and increased the volumetric fog energy for this light only. And voila! The basement now looks like a very interesting place to go. And in our daytime scene, I used fog to better match the geometry with the sky. All I did was add some volumetric fog with a fairly low density and a color that is pretty close to that of the sky. I think it makes the scene feel much more natural. And if we look at our scenes, I think the results are pretty good. The indoor scene uses a lot of contrast and colors that matches the stylized look of the models, and the outdoor scene relies more on the atmosphere of the sky and the long directional shadows that we soften a bit using a few omni-lights. So we could stop here, except by default, all lights in Godot are rendered in real time. This means that the effect of the light is calculated every frame, so if we move it during our game, we can see it updating. But depending on the complexity of your scene, this can get pretty heavy on the graphics card. And while real-time lighting looks pretty good, it can actually get a whole lot better. How? With global illumination. Global illumination, or just GI, is a wide term for a bunch of rendering techniques that all have the goal of simulating more realistic lighting. It's one of the most important parts of making light behave more like we'd expect from simulating more realistic lighting. It's one of the most important parts of making light behave more like we'd expect from real life, which is of course pretty vague. What does it actually do? Well, on top of the direct lighting that we've seen so far, global illumination aims to add indirect or bounce light. In real life, light bounces between objects. This means that we don't only perceive light coming from an object directly in the light source path. We also see light that has bounced around a bunch before reaching our eyes. The result of this is that light will spill from one object to another, and that it will also assume the color of the surface it bounces off of. In other words, the albedo of the materials in our scene start to affect the lighting. Another effect of this is that shadows become less harsh, because light will bounce around and reach the shadowed areas, making them brighter. The best example of this from real life is probably the sun. The sun is so powerful that even areas in shadow are plenty bright for us to see. And we could simulate this by throwing a big directional light into the scene and then calculating bounce upon bounce upon bounce until light properly spills into all the shadowed areas. But computing all these bounces on bounces can quickly get a little crazy, so realistically we can only calculate a handful. Or, as we often do in rendering, we can cheat. There are many ways to cheat these effects, and they all have their pros and cons. Let's have a look at some of the cheats that are built into Godot for us to use. The simplest one we've already been using: environment light. This is not a full global illumination technique, but it's used to mimic the bounce light that comes from a very powerful light source, such as a sun in the sky. Environment light is fully real-time and is definitely the easiest way to fake indirect lighting in your scene. However, a problem that you might have already noticed is that the parts of your scene that you want to stay dark aren't. Because again, we're just adding light to everything. Also say the dungeon part of a level. So to get a bit more control, we use the next cheat: reflection probes. With reflection probes, we can change the environment light throughout our scene. A reflection probe renders the scene from the point where it's placed, and uses this to apply ambient and reflected light to geometry within the area that we define. So if the area surrounding the probe is largely in shadow, it will further darken that area. For this, however, we have to make sure to enable shadows on the reflection probe. And if we want an area to not at all be influenced by the ambient light of our sky, we can set the probe to interior. So reflection probes are an easy way to define areas where the environment light should be dependent on the immediate surroundings, such as in a smaller room. And because reflection probes also affect reflected light, they can be used to get way better reflections, hence the name. Reflection probes are highly performant and can be a very simple alternative to proper GI techniques. Which brings us to the real global illumination stuff, which we often use together with environment light to really sell the effect, and which can make emissive materials actually add light to our scene. Achieving good-looking global illumination is particularly difficult for objects and lights that change during the game. Because of this, no matter which GI solution we choose, we need to start thinking about which parts of our scene are static and which we want to move. Normally, meshes in Godot are marked as static. By selecting a mesh and going under global illumination, we can change this. Static is of course used for objects that you're sure will never move, but you'll notice that there are two more options here: disabled and dynamic. And to make things confusing, if we're using an imported model, we can also set the mode in the import settings under meshes light baking, except here there is a fourth option called static light maps. Lights also have a bake mode that we can set, and the real confusing part is that all of these bake modes, static, dynamic and so on, will do different things depending on the GI solution we use. So instead of going over every single way that these modes affect the scene using each GI technique and getting more confused than we need to be, let's get an overview of the different GI solutions at your disposal and how you can start using them. And then I'll link to the documentation so you can see how to set the bake modes for the one that you decide to use. So here's a quick comparison between the main GI solutions currently in Godot. Perhaps a pretty overwhelming amount of information here, so let's dive into some examples. First off, we have SDF GI, which is Godot's very plug-and-play.
I'm just gonna go and read these. Partially dynamic. Runtime expensive.
Approach to global illumination. Its biggest strength is probably how fast it is to work with. Adding SDFGI to a scene is as simple as selecting the world environment, going under SDFGI and checking enabled. To see it, we'll need to move the camera a bit, and that should do it. There are a lot of settings here that we can adjust, but most importantly, we can set the energy. This will change the brightness of indirect light and reflections. We can also toggle use occlusion to reduce light leaking, which is the term for light spilling through geometry that should otherwise be blocking it. This does have a performance cost and can introduce other artifacts, so only use it when necessary. As you can see, SDF-GI is really fast to use. There's no baking required, and it handles reflections automatically. Dynamic objects can receive GI but not contribute to it, and it only updates when the camera moves. It's also very runtime expensive, it's prone to light leaking, and especially prone to a type of artifacting where you can see the
Updates on
cascade
camera
shifting.
move.
In general, it tends not to do so well on flat, clear surfaces. I would say that it's good for scenes with plenty of texturing and visual interest to hide artifacting.
Probably
you can use
not.
it for desktop games, but it's probably a good idea to include a game setting for disabling it. Efforts have also been made towards a new system to replace SDF-GI. I'll of course include a link to the GitHub PR if you want to follow its progress. The next solution is voxel GI, which as the name suggests is based on generating voxels. It does require baking, but I find that it's usually pretty quick. To add voxel GI to our scene, we simply add a voxel GI node. We position it and adjust the size to make it fit everything. Then we hit Bake Voxel GI and choose where we want to save our baked data. And that's it. And the cool thing is that it will instantly update to changes in our lighting. In general, Voxel GI is the most dynamic of the three solutions. We can also change the subdivisions of the grid that Voxel GI works on. We can see that visually here. When doing so, we need to hit Bake again. A higher subdivision results in more detailed lighting, but also comes with longer bake times and a runtime performance cost. So set this based on the hardware that you're targeting. And a lot of people don't know this, but we can actually go into the data resource created when baking and make further adjustments. I won't go into all the properties here since they're all really well documented, just hover over a property to see what it does. An awesome thing to note though is that any adjustments we make are immediately visible, no need to rebake. So using Voxel GI is pretty flexible, and it handles reflections automatically.
Yeah, so I'm assuming
The
that
main
just
drawback I
creates
found
like a
is that it's still
3D
quite performance
texture
heavy.
map, I
It's
think is
very
what that
prone to
does.
light leaking, and the result of the lighting is not
Of
super accurate. I'd say it's good for dynamic scenes where
the
light leaking
geometry
isn't
that
an
you've put
issue,
inside
such
of
as
it.
outdoors. This is also fine for desktop games, but again, perhaps include a setting so the player can disable it. And if we have a look at our daytime scene, it actually lends itself well to both SDF and voxel-based GI, since light leaking probably isn't a problem, and there are plenty of textures to hide potential artifacting. So I tried both, and they did indeed look great with pretty much default settings. I even tried just using a single reflection probe, and the result wasn't too bad. You might find that it can be hard to preview the lighting of your scene with all the textures though. To see it better, we can always go to the top left of the scene view and set the display to lighting. In this case, it makes it much easier to see the difference between the techniques. But all of them actually have the same problem. There are currently multiple shadow casting street lamps in the scene, which is just not great for performance. So what if I told you that the final GI solution can pretty much eliminate the performance cost of these lights and at the same time produce the best looking lighting? Which brings us to Lightmap GI. Lightmap GI works by pre-calculating the effects of all of the lighting in our scene and baking it into textures called light maps. The light maps can then be overlaid on top of your level. This means that we can display extremely realistic lighting while costing almost no resources at runtime. But of course, because the light maps are essentially textures, they're completely static and won't react to changes in the scene. To get around this, it's common to only bake some of the lighting into light maps and then have some real-time lights on top. Also, when baking light maps in Godot, it will automatically generate light map probes. These are a bit similar to reflection probes. They will calculate the lighting at a specific point, and then when playing the game, apply that lighting to dynamic objects. This helps moving objects blend in when it would otherwise be clear that they aren't light mapped. So how do we actually use this thing? Well, to bake a light map, all the meshes that we want to bake need to have a UV2 layer. This means that each mesh needs a set of texture coordinates that help map the geometry to the light map we're baking. And because we normally use the first UV map, UV1, for regular texturing, we refer to these as UV2s. Feeling confused? That's totally normal. UVs can be hard to unwrap your head around. Luckily, we don't have to create this second UV layer manually, though you could definitely do that if you want to in a program like Blender. Instead, we just tell Godot to generate them for us. To see if a mesh has UV2s, we select it, go Mesh, View UV2s. In this case, the torus here doesn't have any. So to generate them, we go Mesh, Unwrap UV2 for light map. And now if we go to View the UV2s, we can see the UV map that Godot created. If you're working with imported models, such as this monkey here, we can do this more efficiently by selecting the model, going under Import, navigating to where it says Light Baking, and setting this to Static Light Maps. I'll re-import, and now if I go into the monkey here and select the mesh, go Mesh, View UV2, and again Godot has created a UV map for us, which makes us ready to bake light maps for our scene, which is actually very easy. We just add a Lightmap GI node, hit Bake Light Maps, and choose where we want to save our light map data. And that's it. Godot has now baked all of the lights and geometry that is on the same level or below in the hierarchy of the scene, which in this case is everything. But when I first did this, I couldn't actually see the monkey, because Godot went ahead and created so many light probes that it just looked black. Let me show you. If I go under View, Gizmos, and enable Lightmap GI, we can see just how many probes are in here. To reduce this number, we can go under Gen Probes, Subdivision, and decrease this a bit. And there's our monkey. But just to see what's going on, I'll disable the gizmos again. You can also see that Godot has created this data resource as well as this light map texture. Now, you can always toggle the light map on and off here. However, do note that if you're comparing this to other GI solutions,
Is it possible to
sometimes they
recompute this at
won't display
runtime?
even though you toggle off the light map. In that case, we can select the light map, go under data, and remove the light data resource. This will completely disable the light map. And of course, the data is still in the project.
Because
so
it's saving
restore it,
to a
we can simply
file. I
drag
feel like
it
it
back
probably
in.
means
Now,
it's
most
not
of
a
the
good
time, I
idea.
actually think the default light map settings work quite well. If we zoom in on our monkey here, we can see clear red
'Cause
bounce
I have-
coming from the
I have
red
a
wall
very
on the left
big
here onto the monkey, and blue bounce lights spilling onto the right
Requirement
side of
that
monkey.
the
But looking
time of
closer
day
might
changes.
also reveal a bit of weirdness. For example, we can see some hard edges here in the lighting. We can fix this pretty easily by selecting the monkey, going under the import settings, and scrolling down to light map texel size. A smaller value here will result in more precise light maps for this model, but the light map size and bake time will go up. I'm going to reduce this pretty drastically here just so you can see. Of course, we'll need to rebake, and immediately we can see a much smoother light map on the monkey, but we will also see it taking up more space on the light map. Another way to increase light quality, perhaps when doing a final bake, is by enabling super sampling on the light map node. This will bake the light map at a higher resolution and then downsample before saving, and I find that it works wonders. The result is often a much higher quality light map with smoother and more precise shadowing, less noise, and I found that it can even help combat light spilling from one part of the light map to another. This does take longer to bake, but because it gets downsampled, it shouldn't have a big effect on runtime performance. Because of this, I would always try to use super sampling before adjusting the texel scale, which increases the final light map resolution. The quality setting is also fine to increase, but it adds a lot of time to baking, and I rarely think it makes a big difference. So most of the time I leave it at medium or high. Enabling directional though can have a big impact, especially when baking static lights and for materials with normal maps. This includes directional information into the light map, which does come with longer bake times, larger light maps, and a small runtime cost. So light map GI is definitely more work,
directional.
but it produces
What?
the best results with the best performance. The main drawback is that the light maps are completely static, which makes it best for scenes with few moving elements, like the outdoor scene. Here the street lamps will stay in place, so I baked them into a light map. And immediately, the scene looked a lot better. I made sure to keep the sun marked as dynamic, this way objects moving through the scene would still clearly be affected by the interesting shadowing. And going back indoors, our tavern also has no moving elements, so I baked the lighting here as well. The only thing this limited a bit was that I'd like to have the light of the furnace flicker. I could have just not included this light in the light map, but I really liked the soft shadows that it produced. So as we're getting used to by now, I cheated. I baked the Omni light and then just added a spotlight on top. I disabled baking for it and added a looping animation. And that's it. I think both scenes look pretty good. Of course, I have been staying out for a while now, and it's getting kind of dark. So let's turn this scene into nighttime. Lighting nighttime is actually very similar to daytime. The main difference is that the artificial lights become much more important. First, I disabled GI, fog, and all the lights, and swapped out the sky texture with a nighttime one. I then turned the directional light into a moon by lining it up with the one visible in the sky, reducing the intensity, and giving it a more cool color. I re-enabled all the lamp lights, which were just fine to reuse, and with just those quick steps, we've turned our day into night. But I did feel that the scene lacked a little bit. I wanted it to feel more ominous. So again, I added the secret sauce. A slight fog based on height that lies near the ground, and a volumetric fog that fades into the distance. And this was fine, but I think the composition was a bit off. The scene needed something to really catch the eye. So, kind of like the green glow from the basement, I made one of the windows glow a bright blue. I added a spotlight that would shine through the fog, and then I used a neat trick, which is that you can actually add a texture to your light. So I created something that looked like the shape of the window, added it to the projector slot on the spotlight, and voila! It immediately gave the impression of a powerful light casting a window silhouette onto the ground. And with that, this scene was done. I don't know about you, but I think the difference is night and day. And with that, this scene was done. I don't know about you, but I
This is tough. I mean, let me just turn this on and see what happens. It's probably gonna kill everything. Wow. I mean, yeah, it looks kind of I think that's bias, right? I don't think I can use this at all. I think it's just way too expensive. To run this. And also, I don't like that requires you to move. Yeah, that like cuts it in half, right? I'm at 240. Yeah, it's 100 FPS to do that. I mean, I wonder if I can just use, because he said that he had a reflection probe in here. I need to figure something out, because I'm going to have a lot of interiors. It'd be really cool if I could do baking, but I don't know if that's possible. With how... With like, the sun literally moving across the sky. Yeah, light maps. My wonder is if I could bake it over time, because the light is going to move really slowly. I have it like cranked up like 3 times the speed that it's moving at. It is going to be really slow. Let me just do something here. Light maps is probably like an incorrect name, but get a reflection probe. What? He just like vanished. Okay. Oh, I just dragged it way out. Why is that like moving the wrong way when I drag it? I mean, that's just like super funny. I expected it would turn orange, but it's funny to actually see how orange it is. And I'm assuming this updates with I just want this to be inside. This is so huge. I'd have to really mess with it to figure it out. Is there a way to make this like not... Oh, once... That's interesting. Interestingly, my frame rate increases when I turn on the slow mode, which is funny. That must just be an editor thing. You can have staged light maps. I mean, it's not. It's more that it's gonna be. Let me just try putting this inside the room. Inside the room that I know should be really dark. It's more that I'm going from like literally all angles of light. And I think that the voxel one might be best, because that's just essentially saving the geometry of your geometry of an area. That one could probably be better, and then that one only has to be baked one time. Okay, so I think reflection probe is not doing what I thought it would do at all. It's made this room brighter. Okay. So I don't really need that, I think. I don't think I'm looking for that. Is it voxel? No voxel data set? Yeah, okay. Not really sure how much larger than this it should be, but I also wonder how much of an effect it's gonna have on the shadow out there, if it's gonna mess with that. Okay. Ooh, not a texture resource. Please, not a texture. Wait. Yeah, this probably shouldn't be a texture resource. Okay. I guess I check interior too. Whoa. That's way darker than I was expecting it to be. Interior means there's... Yeah, actually, I don't want that on. Never mind. Okay, so nothing changed. Dang. How did literally nothing change? Did I do it right? Really? That really sucks, actually. Would I do this in combination with a reflection probe? Maybe? Alright, I don't know. Let me add it back. Let me look at this again. Maybe I should start reading what they have, instead of just like experimenting and coming up with some really bad combination of stuff. Yeah. Or for one project, similar thing. We wanted a day-night cycle, so we generated 24 light maps that would essentially ease. Could do that. Although I guess I'm still just suspicious of like, did it look well? Did it look really good? Like you almost couldn't tell. Or was it just like this works for what we need it to do. Honestly, I was expecting this one to work, but it's kind of like done literally nothing. I feel like it's done literally nothing. Do I have to turn... Oh, wait. Do I have something... This might be what's happening. I think I need to turn this off. Disabled. Okay. Interesting. Disable that too. Do I have it hidden right now? No. Weird. Very weird. Do I actually have to move this light over here? Where's this at? Uh, 135477. I'm just confused why this looks like it has actually done nothing at all. That one's really strange to me. Very weird. Yeah, I probably gotta just go reading at this point. What is this? Parameters of HDR, can we find an environment? This is just like computer display, right? This isn't really in-game. It's no AAA, but it worked relatively well, and being baked didn't cost. Additional emissions, explosion torches. Anything dynamic would wash out the lighting. There's kind of only going to be 2 dynamic lights. I guess I would just have like really short gunshot illumination and then the flashlight. Everything else is going to be from one directional light. And I guess I'd have point lights, but then those are going to be static. So those would be baked. Fastest, slowest reflection probes. Much more expensive than probes with their update. Okay. This can be baked with indirect lighting only. Oh, I guess that's one thing I didn't think of. If I was gonna try and bake them at runtime, that's still like really... It pretty much wouldn't work if you don't have a graphics card. I would think. Like not even like one time could you bake. Lightmaps would be a good way to go. Well, I can make that happen, I'm sure. Screen space indirect lighting. Let me see if because really I would just have... Okay, let me... First of all, I think I want to figure out why voxel has done nothing. Is there any information on what... Yeah. Small, medium scale 3D scenes, because yeah, I'm basically just going to use it for what I'm pretty sure it does, is that it just creates like a 3D cube map of your geometry. Oh, am I missing light baking? Is it because I use CSG here? Is that what happens here? Does it not get... I guess it does. I mean, of course it does, because I feel like I turned it on and then the lights went out when I turned it on. I don't know, maybe not. Maybe this doesn't work like that. What if I... Those spheres should get something, actually. Let me check these. I mean, I've clicked it, like I said, it's pretty much just saving the geometry that it has. I mean, I'm baking it, nothing looks any different. I would at least expect the spheres to do something. I mean, I think there's just something I'm not understanding. At least one mesh has static. Yeah. I would like to have some moving stuff. Like, I would like it to be possible for, if there's a chair in the world and you shoot it, it could break. So any shadow casted by that would have to go away. So really I would just use it for walls. I just want to like bake walls. And I was thinking voxel GI was probably going to be good for that. There's something here that I'm missing. The light won't be taken into account for voxel baking. Oh. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Let me just try and see what happens when I do this. Is it environment? Do I have to turn this back on? It's really weird. Do they explain exactly what this does? I mean, yeah, like voxel GI and it, like, I'm not even getting reflection. So I'm doing something wrong here. So either, I mean, do I have, I mean, this sphere isn't even appearing there either, which I would think it should. What if I just make that really high? Am I killing my stream? No, I look like I'm good. Okay. I mean, yeah, I would definitely expect, like, at this really high resolution that this should be reflecting this mesh, like, at the minimum. Alright, let me just bring it way in. Let me just get on these and see if I can figure out how to set this up so that I can at least see it on the spheres. Because it should be, I should be able to see this white sphere underneath this reflective one at the minimum. And also in theory, like, I would see the cabin in the reflection, at least like the floor of the cabin too. Maybe we can go all the way up here to the top. Actually, I don't even know. I'll just leave it like that. Okay, I swear I'm clicking this. Alright. So I feel like this should be more than enough, if it was working, to be able to see this white sphere underneath it. So static. Maybe the texel size is too small. Bring it down to like 1. I'll do the same thing for these. Okay. Is it environment again? Do I have to turn this off? Is it because this is... I think I just realized what I was doing. Me trying to organize stuff made it all bad. Yep, okay. There it is. Alright. Although, interestingly, the white sphere is clearly not very white at all. And this looks really, really strange. I'll just make these even lower. That was the issue. I can't do that organization thing that I wanted to do. Why does it look like that though? Like, right, can I stop selecting things? I mean, this is just crazy looking. Why does it look like that? Alright, let me make it large. Yeah, but I just said it like it's a really small box and like 512 subdivisions. It should definitely be low enough that, I mean, I would think that should have been low enough to not see any strange things. I was just trying to get it to work on the spheres first of all, so I got it to work on there, so I know that it's working and I know what the problem was. So if I bring it all the way out here, and now I run this, what happens? Oh, cancel. Actually, cancel that. Do not do that. That's... okay. I would just be using it for walls. Alright, so that does look a lot better. That just looks crazy. I mean... I feel like I just have the same thing. It's a little bit darker looking, but I feel like I just have the same thing. Where the whole interior is just very bright, even though it should really be quite dark. Like, technically back here, there's no light coming in. Like, you're not getting any... like, it should be totally dark right here, and it's not at all. I wonder if that's just some settings here that I need to change. What if I uncheck that? Shouldn't that have... bake it again? No. And is it a thing where this has... can I change this back to dynamic? Was that an issue? Okay, so that can still be dynamic. Or maybe I increase this. It got brighter. And I have a lot of lines now. And this room just appears to be getting brighter again. That could just be like the mesh is poor. I don't know, because this isn't like... I mean, actually, really, the mesh comes out to like one big thing because it's all in the same group. Would I turn this off now, or... No, I think I leave that on. Because if I turn it off... Yeah. I don't know. It's like these aren't changing anything. Where's this light coming from? I really wonder where it thinks this light comes from. Is that what I had to increase? Normal bias? Set bias to 0. Whoa. I mean, I don't even know. I don't know how to set this up at all. It's all confusing to me. Dude, I just feel totally knowledge gapped. I have no idea what this is meant to do or how I'm supposed to use it. I thought I understood how it's working. It's saved a cube map of the environment here, of the mesh here, but it's like, it's more just like it's applying shadows. It's like it's just applying ambient occlusion, and it's not even correct. So that has to stay on. Oddly enough, I thought I would have to turn that off. But if I turn that off now, it's like it's not here at all. So it still uses this value to apply it. I mean, I don't know. I guess I can also turn it down and see. What is it? Energy? No. I mean, it's still not right. I mean, I don't understand where this light comes from, and this room is not very dark at all. The ceiling at least kind of makes sense. The ceiling is it's much darker. Up here doesn't really make much sense. I mean, I guess there's a window there, but let me hide that window if I can locate it. I think it's in walls. Windows. Do I call it no? Wait, where is this window? Interesting. Where is this window? Oh, this is the window. Okay. It's gone. And I'm going to rebake this. I would expect up here is going to be really dark. Because we're super far away from any lights. Any light source. It's just weird. I don't think it should be this bright up there. And I wonder if I just have my settings wrong. Like it's not, like maybe, I mean, looking at 256, I feel like that's way more than enough, right? Like this corner should be totally dark. I'll turn that off. I don't think I have to rebake it every time. I think I only have to do that if I change geometry, because it just saves the geometry. It could be Texel here at this point. Let me see if I can modify the cabin individually. Bring it down to 0.1. Looks like nothing changed. Too many. I don't know, I can see what happens if I start going down. I mean, I will say it does get darker when I decrease it, but it's still not quite. That is kind of weird, isn't it? I go down and it kind of behaves better. Let me do this. So that I stop getting the coloring happening. Was it like turn that down and then turn this up? Propagation is weird. I feel like this is doing nothing. Maybe it only matters if you have 2 bounces. But even then, it's like turning this off and on doesn't do anything. Well, the way I understand it is that it's saving... it's essentially not... It's not like doing that. It's saving like the geometry. So it's still computing it based on... You can move the light around and it'll update that correctly. It's just odd. Like this should be as dark as this. It's like... It's just weird. I don't know. Lighting is always a weird thing to figure out. And it's like if I just go too high, then it's like it's not even here. That's interesting. Like, I don't know. This room should think is just going to be the darkest room. Up here, the floor should be really dark, but it's super bright, and the ceiling is dark. Like the floor is brighter than the ceiling there. Reflection probes are only like getting the color. They're not getting occlusion. I really can't use... I mean, on this list, I pretty much can't go past voxel. Voxel is like as far as I can go. I don't think this looks good ever. Screen says indirect lighting. I'm sure this is based on just your camera. Maybe I could look at... I mean, it says screen space, so that's exactly what that means. I'm gonna delete this. I can't figure it out. I don't know why the interior of this like says the lighting is... Did I turn this off? No, it's still there. Oh, the terrain does like its own lighting stuff, that's why. I really like that idea of having a light map baked. That could probably work. Let me just do that and just see how this looks. I'll change the sun to be static so that I can guarantee it's going to get baked in there. And then... because I'm assuming light map is going to give me the most accurate result. So I'll be able to see more easily if... which I kind of thought this would be you would have a shape for this. Maybe not. Wait. Environment. Oh. What's gonna happen here? Am I about to like obliterate my computer by trying to bake this for like the entire world? Because I'm guessing that's probably what's gonna happen. It's probably not just going to be cabins. It's going to be the whole world. No meshes with light mapping. Right. Okay. I didn't want to go there. Can I set this here? We used to call it the espresso break state. Or espresso bake state. How do I... What does it mean I couldn't find anything? Maybe it's only looking at level object? No, because that should have done the... Dang. I don't know, I guess I'll just do these and see if I can get these to appear. Hit bake, walk away, yeah. I thought this was going to give me an area, but it didn't. Have light map size hint property set high enough? No, light map's GI textile scale is not too low. Yeah, this is the thing that kind of sucks, is because I thought this was going to be a cube map. I thought I was going to set how big I want this area to be. Maybe I just set this to 2. Is that even a thing I set here? What? A hint for what? Oh, just 1? 8 and 5 is a weird value. I don't know why those are set that way. I simply must check Discord DM, dude. Okay. Nice. I don't know. Honestly, I hate doing lighting stuff. I really don't understand why. Why is it gotta be so bad? It kind of is. I feel like we've barely figured out how to make shadows start looking good, and now we can, like, just like technologically wise. I feel like we're still in the stage of even making shadows look good. And global illumination just still doesn't look good in general. Probably practice for the rest of your entire life and not hit that? Okay. Alright. I mean, what does it mean? What does this mean? Textile skill. 10. I have, like, spheres here. It's gotta be, like, scaling it to the whole scene. Like, the whole bounding box of the world, right? Is that what this is doing? We go 32. Like, what's... This kind of just sucks. I really feel like voxel is going to be the way that I need to go. Humans invented? Yeah. Why does voxel look like that? Why does it look like that? 99th percentile starts at 180? Yeah. I'm trying to think. If I the original problem I was having is that the flashlight is just super dim. I'd have to set it to an incredibly high value to be visible during the day. And my thinking there was that the ambient lighting is just way too bright. And it is. It is really bright. It's pretty much only works for like the outdoor. As soon as you go inside, the ambient light falls apart here. And my thought with the flashlight is getting proper shadowing inside would help with that. I could go with a different approach. Although of course I still would like situations to arise where you're inside a building and you need your flashlight because it's just that dark even though it's daylight outside. So like realistically, this door would be closed. Maybe I could even have that I don't know. This door would be closed. Maybe that window is shut, and you're walking back here, and you turn the corner, and there's a zombie there, and it'd be really dark, and your flashlight would be on, and it'd like light it up, right? Strangely, voxel didn't help with that at all. Let me try again and just put it inside. Let me just try putting it inside this room. I think what happens is that it technically counts for anything that's exposed on the edge of the voxel counts as no, what am I trying to say? Nothing is obscuring it. So even if I set it on this room, it would count this doorway as being like totally open to the outside. So let me see if I can block this door off, and I'll bring that window back. Let me see if we can block this door off. Where is it? Doors? Bathroom? Okay. So I blocked this off. So I would expect if I set up voxel correctly, where'd it go? If I set this up right, let me bring this over here. It was like negative 135 and 377. I don't even know. Where is that? I mean, kind of. I got close. It was more like 477. So I'm quite certain that these voxels are small enough to hit the walls. Maybe they're not actually. When it says subdivision, like what does it really mean? Oh, is that height? Height is subdivision? It is. Okay. So I'll just surround this room here on all sides. So I'd expect if I get this to work right, this interior should literally just be totally dark. Completely dark. Okay, so it didn't get dark. Which is not what I expected. Very strange. It's like the corners are the right brightness, which is just to say they're totally dark. Would this be texel size? Okay, please, come on. And I didn't expect this to be dark out here at all. I expected this to be quite bright. Oh, one. I don't even know if that actually does it. I'm pretty sure Voxel doesn't even care about that. I would think Voxel doesn't care about that. Okay. Let me try increasing that. Well, it's a bathroom. I had to model something in the bathroom. So, what am I doing wrong? Is the sunlight currently static? Yes. Doesn't even need to be static, I think. I think it can also be dynamic. And the baking should work. Yes. So... the weirdest thing is that some of these just seem to do nothing. I don't understand why some of these just seem to do nothing. Highly relevant to the shower gameplay? No, there's no shower gameplay. I mean, I don't understand what this is. I'm very confused on why it looks this way. Should I assign this to this one? Whoa. Okay. That did something. Maybe that helped? I don't know. It's still way too bright in here. Let me make that 0. I don't want any of that. This is just super strange to me. Could it just be mesh stuff is really weird? What if I bring these guys in? They should turn really dark. If this is done correctly. I mean, it should have already like made them look dark too, but it didn't. Guess I'll just bake it again. Yeah, this is such a weird thing. Let's try going really low. I mean, what confuses me is where is this light coming from? Right? Like, why is it pulling in light like this? Why is this shadowed? Why is this in light? What is it doing? It thinks this wall is open. I don't know, maybe I just bring it in. What if I just only bind it to the walls? Like just inside the wall. Or rather just outside the wall. Right? That should be super accurate. There's still a lot of light bleeding. I mean, I feel like even if I take this away, it's still just... It's still just daylight in here. What am I doing wrong? I mean, if I can't get this to work, then I'm not using it right. Only until I've gotten this to work will it be like, well, I have done it correctly. Also, why does the reflection look completely different from that? So weird. Alright, let me try this. Let me try making the walls thicker. Do I have gizmos? They are on. Why is it not showing me this stuff? Do I need to unlock the whole path there? No. It's just not showing me this thing. Oh, I think I have it turned off here. Right. Alright. Super thick walls. Do we get dark? Can we be dark? No. Alright, so what have I done wrong? What if I mean, I know this will do it, but then it doesn't work for stuff where light should be coming in. Okay. I mean, I can't do it this way. I can't just like turn on reflected lighting, bake, and then turn it off. Right? I mean, this is like correct, right? But I gotta undo till the walls go back out. Okay. I mean, usually at this point, I would just start saying, screw this, I'm not going to ever use this, and I can't use it because I can't make it work. But I don't want to like hack the flashlight. I don't want to hack that. I don't want to make that look really dumb and unnatural. And just like turn off, I don't know, like all the lighting. I mean, camera attributes definitely like, you know, helps, I guess, but I mean, I think, I don't know, this is just adding light to the scene is what this is really doing. And that's not really what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for that. I'm looking for I probably just need this to be tighter, I think. I mean, I guess what I'd really want is for these to be partially inside the wall. Actually, wait. I messed that side up, actually. Now, this kind of light bleeding is something that happens pretty much with any light solution I pick. I'm gonna have to really fiddle with this until I get it to like notice that this is a wall here and stop doing that, and it probably never will. Like it might just never pick up on that. So strange. Oh, this wall has come in. When I drag this, am I like doing this correctly? I feel like this is the second wall now I've noticed is inside of it, and I don't know how I got inside. I don't know, it just like... The voxels are definitely thick enough that there's like 2 or 3 voxels here in a row that there's no light, and it still thinks that these ones are getting light. But this wall is getting lit up. Like, is it this? Is this face right here causing all the problems? I guess that's the weird thing. I never know if it's a mesh issue or I've set it up wrong. I've set up the... Oh, this thing is rotated now. I just noticed that. Or is my cabin rotated? Oh, strange. My cabin is not perfectly 45 degrees. Did I rotate the level at some point? No. No game uses that. Dude. I mean, I feel like I will actually die before there's ever a good generic implementation for lighting in a game. .3 a.m. Gonna go crash. Yeah. Me too. I'm gonna crash in a minute. I'm gonna crash out on this. Like, what's crazy is that the reflection of the sphere looks correct. Like, it almost looks better in the reflection here. Like, that looks dark. It does not look like that here. Why? I don't why? I feel like I almost have to create like a small world just to like... You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go to the bathroom first. I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna put this cabin inside its own world, and I'm gonna see if I can make it light up correctly. Alright, that's what I'll try next. I'll be right back. I'm back. I've got food, but I'm gonna go ahead and get this set up. I think I'm not gonna do the cabin exactly, but I am gonna make a new scene where I just have I have a very simple world to work with. So I'm going to start by adding environment. I meant environment. Okay. I'm going to take all of these things and then actually I'm going to use dynamic day here. Not the other one. Then I have to add directional lights. Right, and now I can load this stuff in. I think it's just this one, Sky Compute. Yep, okay. That's what gets me the actual updates when I change time of day. It would if it worked. It's probably because I have World Opener now. I probably need to reload the scene. I guess save the scene and then reload the scene. Okay, so it didn't work. Interesting. What's the problem? Cannot call set shader parameter on a null value. Interesting. What is world set to? I guess I don't have to open world, I can open testing. Testing is also set up. Testing looks crazy right now. Yeah, I mean, I don't quite understand. Oh, do I have to set the moon renderer? That could be a thing. Oh, look, it's here. Yeah, this is not making sense to me. Just close that. Because it's supposed to generate these when I open it. Basis on a base object of type nil. Okay, so this is probably the moon, right? So I guess I'll add a moon. Okay, cool. It's working. All right, that's all I needed. I'm gonna eat a little bit, so just look at this. Just look at the sky, I guess. Editor real time. A good old sunset. I'm back. Alright. That's enough of that. Alright. Let's bring in the light spheres. Bam. Cool. And oh, right. The moon is like the sunlight right now. I don't remember how that one goes, but I'm just gonna honestly just turn it off. Yeah. Alright. I'm just gonna use some meshes here, just to make a floor and a room and a very dark corner of this room. And in theory, I should be able to get, figure out how to get my thing working. And honestly, yeah, I'm just gonna do a plain mesh for the walls. Because I think this should be suitable. Let's go 10 by 10. Bring up the spheres, and then I may as well go and throw in my zombie guy. Why not? Scale. Okay. So let me set up just a room here. I'm just gonna kind of do just a bunch of planes, really. I guess I actually really need a box, don't I? Okay. Or a quad? Or could I just do plain double-sided? Is that an option? No. Not an option. Okay. Box it is. And I was gonna say let me go see how thick I've made the walls there, but I think they're probably like 0.1. It's probably about as thick as they get. Yeah. Someone just meant 6, not 60. So I'll have this be the dark side of the building. Figure out where this goes. Okay. I guess this one isn't lined up, is it? Yeah. Slowly getting there. I gotta stop doing that into the mic. So this one's gonna be shorter than the rest. Which one, like the 1 meter, I guess it could be like a 2 meter opening. And then I'm gonna need a corner back here. Kind of like this corner, I think. I'll have like, or I guess even just a wall here would make this corner like super dark. Should make that corner super dark. I gotta take dog out. I see you. I see you. Yep. It's really weird looking. Okay. I'll be right back. Gotta let dog out. I'm back. All right. So I had some thoughts. Oh, let me take this off. I had some thoughts about what voxel is really doing and what it needs. Weird that it needed camera attributes to function. I thought it would just take from environment, but apparently not. Yeah, it'll... Just give me a minute. I need to finish building this, and then I'll be there. Okay, so I think is it the Y? It's be longer there. Yeah. 0.2, okay. Oh, this is a plane. I want a box. 6.2. Right, we are well sealed. And I'm also going to change the floor to be a box as well instead of just a plane. 10 and 10. That is 2.4, so I want it to be 1.2 up. No, this should just be fun at 0 or like -0. 5. So all these boxes are barely touching. And I've got this big window here, and then this is should be a very dark room at the back. Okay. So I'm just going to add a voxel GI. And I'll bring it in so that we're pretty much covering the whole thing. And I kind of want to make it not too precise, so I'm going to deliberately scale some of these a bit weirdly. So that it's not... Sorry. So it's not perfectly lined up with stuff. And... Res, this is going to be test voxel. And load in our physical attributes here. Same thing that I should have on environment, but let me double check. Yeah. Okay, everything is pretty much how I want it to be. It's all sky. I don't have any fog, nothing. All how I want it. Okay. Click bake. Alright, so interesting look here. Very interesting look here. Oh, I think the meshes, these aren't getting light maps. These are just pure voxel stuff. Two bounces. What if I increase this and then bake it again? Okay, honestly, it doesn't get any better. This is very weird down there. Let me see about, I guess, textile size in all of these. Should just be able to set 0.1 and then I guess also do unwrap. Alright, so did that work for these? Okay. Guess I'll just do it for all of these. Alright, and they are all 0.1. Let me run this again. No difference. Let me try something. Let me just try making a box with the walls inverted. Because I bet I might know why it's doing this. Okay. So I'm going to expect that this box is going to be dark in the middle once I build. And instead it's just bright, like it's being directly lit. Man, this is super strange. These boxes are definitely small enough for... Let me try making the walls thicker. I'll make every wall thicker. Twice as thick. No. Would I now turn off ambient light? Oh, this needs to cast shadows. Duh. Alright, now we have shadows. No, I will try this again. Try bringing this in. To the inside. Alright, so now that makes sense to me. Right, this kind of makes sense to me now. And now if I bring this out... I mean, just how am I supposed to use this? What if I make them twice as thick again? Certainly Voxel has to see that these are inside and they can be receiving no light at all, right? I mean, I guess not. It's just so weird. So weird. Why does it look like that? Why is this bright? Like, it almost gets dark, but then back here it's just too bright. I feel like something's wrong with this. I mean, something's got to be wrong with all this, right? Is it? Is something wrong? Am I wrong? I mean, just why is it so bright? Like, at what point does it stop becoming bright? What is going on? This is so strange. It's just like a bad ambient occlusion. That's all this can do. It's like that's literally all this is good for, is a really bad ambient occlusion. I mean, I don't get how I've used it wrong. I have probably the simplest setup possible. Let me go back through this.
The next solution is Voxel GI, which, as the name suggests, is based on generating voxels. It does require baking, but I find that it's usually pretty quick. To add Voxel GI to our scene, we simply add a Voxel GI node. We position it and adjust the size to make it fit everything. Then we hit Bake Voxel GI and choose where we want to save our bake data. And that's it. And the cool thing is that it will instantly update to changes in our lighting. In general, Voxel GI is the most dynamic of the three solutions. We can also change the subdivisions of the grid that Voxel GI works on. We can see that visually.
I mean, what's the point? Like, looking at it again and really paying attention to what it did inside the box. I can't help but ask the question, what does Voxel GI do besides waste your time? What does it do? It really looks like it gives you just bad ambient occlusion with a lot of light leaking. A lot of light leaking and really bad ambient occlusion. Like, what does it give you? I mean, this is cool, but this is not correct. This is cool, but it's super not It's really not correct. Even in here, there's just terrible light leaking where like the face is... This is a solid face, right? Let me try adding a voxel probe, or a reflection probe. Does this? I mean, honestly, this looks better than the voxel. Even though I feel like it's just done nothing but make the room brighter. And I mean, at least like this is correct, you know? I mean, because really this is what the reflection probe is for. You put it inside of the material that you want to be reflective, and then it can pick up on stuff. Also, it seems like reflection probe stomps out whatever you do for enable shadows. It almost starts to work. It is still clearly incorrect. I mean, this almost gets me there, but then, you know, this wall is just really bright for some reason. And I lose a lot of stuff. I lose so much stuff here. I mean, let me turn off blend distance. So it's just... I can just bring it to the interior of this building. This wall still lights up. I really wonder, I really honestly wonder how any game's lighting ever looked good. I really wonder. How do you ever do it? Even once. Like, seriously, how do you do it? It's just so dumb. It's so dumb. I mean, I feel like voxel GI just isn't... I mean, think of like how Minecraft does lighting. Every single block just says, oh, do we have... Is the cube above us empty? Okay, then we have 15 light. And then we go to the next block and we're like, alright, is the cube above us empty? No, alright, so let's look at all our neighbors. Who's got the most light? Okay, 15, let's take one off that, 14. Then we go over here, and eventually by the time you get back here, you're totally black. You're completely dark. There's no more light coming in. So that's what I thought voxel GI would do. Every single one of these cubes is asking each other, alright, hey, how much light do you have? You know, it only checks its neighbors. It just checks its closest, its 8 neighbors, and asks, how much light do you have? Alright, let's take off some value. Alright, we get a little bit darker now. We get a little bit darker now. I feel like this has just got to be incorrect. Whatever it's doing here is not right. Where is this light coming from? These voxels should have access to no light. They should have no light access to anything. What about double-sided? What if these are all double-sided shadows? I mean, no, it's just totally incorrect and wrong. And this looks really trippy. Why are these walls reflective? I mean, I guess it's part of the reflection probe. Yeah. I don't understand. I feel like I'm the narrator from Stanley Parable when he's trying to learn how to be funny. He's like, oh, let's watch some educational videos. Let's watch some more educational videos until I figure it out. And the joke there is the only solution is to just try being funny until you become funny, right? Is this the same case? I should ditch these educational videos on like how to make the inside of a room dark. You would think that would, you know, be what any of these things could give me. I mean, you know what? Let me just turn on. Let me just go right to the big dogs here. Right, that didn't do it. The big guy here. Oh yeah, perfect. Hey, you know what? It actually almost works. If it weren't for the fact that these walls are actually really thick and there's no way light could be bleeding through. It's actually pretty good. I mean, these walls are a ½ meter thick, by the way, and they're just like letting light go straight through them. Also, what is this? Like, this is why this lighting solution is doomed. It's just, it looks so bad all the time. It never looks good. I mean, like, literally just like a box, okay? A box that has no gaps in it. What do I gotta do? Bring down normal bias? Bring up normal bias? Probe bias? Sparse? Compact? Like the simplest room you can make. Every single corner has light coming inside of it. I mean, what happened to my sphere? Can't use voxel. Reflection probe looks kind of cool. I guess if you're just using it to get that information. Voxel GI, I mean, like, again, literally, what does it do? It seems like it's just wrong all the time. Like, I would think back here, this voxel is like, you know, hey, what's my closest neighbor? Oh, none of these guys have light around me. Well, I guess I'm dark. You know? Like, that's what I thought that was supposed to do. Those are basically probes. Alright. Let's go and try the fully baked light map GI. Can this one do it? I'll even give you the camera attributes. And just click bake, and then failed to create. Oh, yeah, okay. I don't understand. I just don't. These walls are a ½ meter thick, and they can't stop light from coming in. What about I turn this back on? Or, wait, no, I do... I turn this on. I go to my sunlight, and I set my bias down really low. In fact, just zero. Zero bias. Right? Okay, maybe a small number. Normal bias. I don't really remember what this one does. But no. No, it just, so bright. Still really bright. Okay. That's a bit better. I mean, how do you do it? Like, how do you... What's weird is this guy is like perfectly in the dark, but these walls are not dim. I don't know why. Funny, once again, this is actually faster when I put it on slow. Very interesting. I mean, what is that? Why is there like a ring up here? I guess we're... I guess I should technically be outside with like a small... a small fade distance, maybe. Like, what am I doing? Why does this look so bright? Because the wall behind me is like fully illuminated. Why is that wall back there totally bright in the reflection? I mean, like, why? Why? Why is it so... Why does it just literally not work at all? It's not even close to being correct. This looks really bad. Oh, maybe I bake it again. This looks really bad. It's just ambient occlusion, but worse. And then this guy is totally dark, but the walls are super bright. I don't know why. I mean, it's like, I still have... I mean, I actually do have this turned off. But if I turn everything off, then this does nothing. It's like it needs something. Like, literally, it is literally just ambient occlusion, but worse. That's crazy. It is actually just worse ambient occlusion. Why does this not even work anymore? Because I think I changed the sun to, like, be weird. Yeah. Like, I mean, this looks great, okay? Like, that looks great with this, but then you walk around the corner like, alright, where all this light come from? Like, why is there so much light here? And really the answer is just there is no answer. There's no reason. Even on this box where there's absolutely no possible way for light to leak, light just leaks for some reason. It's like light, it's like it's pretending like it's a thin surface, which I guess it technically is, but it's really not. Yeah, that doesn't do anything, because it's not how it works. Okay, here's an idea. I could look up I could just look up forget the Godot documents because they're honestly not gonna be super helpful. What is this? Like this This, I don't understand. How do we still have light leaking? How has no one figured this out? There's not one lighting solution except for just baked lighting. And even then, like baked voxel lighting apparently still just has light leaking. Sign distance field function. I have half-meter thick walls and light is bleeding through every dang corner. Half meter, man. I mean, what is this? What is this example that they have? I mean, I guess it's just a light map. This is actually just reflection. It's not meant to be doing that. Light map. Or sorry, voxel GI. I mean, that just looks like kind of garbage, but... What is this, man? What is this? Let me see this. Let me see this. Set this to static. Oh, look, it's already static. Oh, it's already static. Right, okay. Dynamic. Now bake this again. Does anything change? Honestly, I expected to see something change, but literally nothing changed. What is that? Why does the reflection look more correct than that? I genuinely don't understand. Why does the reflection look more correct? What if I bring my spheres over here? What do we think it looks like in here? Oh, I gotta bake it again, right? Oh, we think it looks pink. Okay. I will never understand. I think I will just never understand. What is that? That is super weird. Am I dragging the whole level? No, there's no way. Super weird. Yeah, why does it always literally give me like 50 frames? I don't know. I don't know. All from the flashlight. All because I want a dang flashlight that doesn't look like garbage. I want it to get dark when it's dark, and I want it to be bright when it's bright. And I want the flashlight to be visible pretty much all the time. I mean, what do I not know about? What do I misunderstand about this? Like what? I've made the walls thicker. They are static, they are super dang thick, and yet light comes in. I don't know, let me try making this one wider. What if, you know? 5 meters. Add another meter. 7. Is it thick enough? Oh, it got a little bit darker, but it's still so bright inside. I just don't understand. This is super sealed in. Like, even if I were to even use these Okay, why are we still getting this on the floor though? Like where? Like what's that? What's that from? I mean, I just refuse to believe that that actually did anything. What? 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 Rotating. No. Move it a little bit. I mean, we're almost getting there. I mean, like, as I move it, it's just slowly getting brighter, which is really funny. So where is this coming from? I mean, there's nothing there anymore. That's gone. Oh man. I swear it just actually doesn't care. This one still is like not, you know, dark inside. Is it really like indirect light energy is just wrong? Is that what it's always been? 0? And then I can bake this. No. The fact that this is still here is honestly blowing my mind. It's honestly blowing my mind. It's really silly. I bet that when I moved it, it technically didn't move. That's my guess. I didn't mean to click quit, I just meant to reload. I think that the circle still there is so just indicative of how it's broken and it doesn't work. And it's stupid to ever try. Like what is going on? What have I done that's weird? Have I done anything weird? I mean, I guess this is technically the weirdest thing that I have. So I'll delete it. There's now no light in the world. Okay, well, I mean, straight up, what's the point of this? I just want some dang shadows. I mean, this doesn't even work. That looks really bad. This looks really bad and it costs a lot. Like literally just screen space reflections is better. Oh, it's actually even wrong. Never mind. I actually don't understand why. How have I turned all this off and I still have all this light in here? Okay, now I don't. It still just bugs me the fact that this is just worse than just using regular old ambient light. It can kind of do bounce lighting, which, okay, cool, that's fine, but then you just use a reflection probe for that. Literally, what does this do? What is this doing? Because I can tell you whatever it's doing is not doing it well, and I don't think you even want it. Like, you don't want whatever this is doing. This is maybe good for this reflection, and that's about it. It's maybe good for that reflection, and otherwise it's not worth it. In fact, you wouldn't even use it for a reflection. You would use a reflection probe, which just like is basically just a camera, a 360 camera that just copies itself and says, "Hey, reflective surfaces. Here's the texture map you can use." Like, what is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. Half-meter thick walls, by the way, guys. Half-meter thick walls. And, yeah. Actually, is this wall a half-meter thick? It is. Yeah. Like, this box is actually correct. Like, that, I'm actually surprised that that box is right. But why is this one not? Well, I guess there's some light there. Like, where does this light come from? so expensive and yet it almost works. It's so expensive and yet it actually super doesn't work. Never mind. I mean, look at this. Never understand it. I will just never understand it. This is super ghosty and crummy looking.
Dude.
There's gotta just be like a real solution to this. I do not want SDFGI. That is the worst invention known to man. I give up on it. Honestly, I gotta give up on it. This stuff is so stupid. I can't use it. I'm honestly shocked he even got something that looks acceptable.
And going
Like, I would say this is acceptable. Like, why? Why? I can't make it even like slightly function. I can't get one room to be dark that should be dark. I want to go see what voxel lighting is. I'm actually curious to know what this does. Huh. Voxelizer. 1,000 lines. Oh my god. Ugh. Like, I would just think, you would take your meshes, you would bake it, and it would say, okay, this voxel has this much light coming into it, right? And that portion of the room should just, there should be no way for a voxel to come through that says, I have light. Or even just, I have outdoor light. Because it's literally just passing through that material. It's passing through the mesh. Like 3 voxels in a row say, ah, yes, I'm exposed to sunlight. I have light. Because essentially what it would do is it would trace a line to the light source and just say, hey, do I hit any geometry on this way? And if you do, you're like a max brightness voxel. And then if you can't, you have to say, all right, well, I'm going to get my information from my neighbor. So I ask my neighbor, hey, how much light do you have? And it basically just will build up a list. Ideally, it'll already be baked. So you would just say, all right, we don't know this one. We'll save it for later, right? How can several voxels in a row say, yes, I have direct access to light? Because that's the only explanation for why it's coming through the wall like that. The voxel next to it essentially just says, yes, I have light. Even though it's inside of a mesh. And I'm really not interested in like modeling a whole thing just to find out if voxel works. I mean, I guess I could just do like a single box. I still, I don't even want to do that. I can't even make a single box in Godot function. What do I have to do? I'm lost. This piece of crap. Get it off the screen. I've got an idea. I know it's going to look really bad, but I just want to try it and see how bad it looks. So first of all, it's broken. Really bad. Whatever they did, they failed. I just gotta say it. Whatever they did, they failed. They failed at making it work. Very bad. I want to try putting a negative light inside of this room. That's my idea. I'm gonna do a it's an omni light. Okay. Okay. And now I make it negative. Yeah, I mean, this just can't work. I don't know. I mean, I really just feel like it's lost. I feel like there genuinely is just no solution to what I want. It just straight up doesn't exist. No one's ever made it. That's every time I get into lighting and I start looking at lighting and I see just how really bad it always is. I mean, this is all pretty good, but I mean, this is about the extent of, you know, this is about the extent of our technology. It's just casting a shadow from one light source. And it looks good enough. I would say this is acceptable. But then all this global illumination stuff, it's not even slightly acceptable. It's distracting, it's bad. It's really, really bad. It's like at the deepest part of the uncanny valley, as bad as you can get. It's just close enough that you're like, oh, it's supposed to be, you know, it's supposed to be darker over here, but I just see lines and really dark spots, and there's the corner is super bright all of a sudden. You know, it's not even slightly acceptable. But then you have baked lighting, and that one just seems to work. Baked lighting always seems to just work. I don't know why I can't get it to work here at all. I'm quite confused about that, honestly. I don't know why this, like, this is a literal mesh. CSG stuff is supposed to be real meshes that you've created. Like, they even have light map stuff. For some reason, light map you can't. Oh, I don't know. It really just gets to the point where I wonder, like, why does it not exist? Why has no one done it yet? Why is it so difficult? Sounding like voxel would be the right thing, you know? Like I said, it goes here, says, hey, do I have access to direct light? No, I do not. All right, let me go over and find, you know, and then eventually we get out here and we're like, you know, we get all the way around here and we're like, yep, we have access to the light. I can see the light from here. And it goes back and says, hey guys, all right, we have light, less light, less light, less light, almost no light now. But it literally just looks like it's signed distance field baked for some reason. So it bleeds through really, really badly. Which I really don't. That one really doesn't make sense to me. The light bleed. I just want it to not be dark. Is there so much to ask just to say, hey, can I make this room darker? Can I just make the room darker in here? Can I make this room a little bit brighter? Can I make it really bright over here? Can it be dark up here with a little bit of light coming from the window? I mean, I can't just do static levels. Like, I immediately thought of Amnesia. They have really great lighting, but all their levels are completely static. They can, like, practically hand paint the light on every surface. And they must use probes too, because you have objects that you can hold in front of a window and the object is lit up by the window. Right? So they still have dynamic lighting. I mean, I just need it to be possible to have something that I can throw in there and say, all right, give me a dark interior. you know? Why does voxel not work? I feel like I gotta look this up and try to get down to what is voxel GI doing. Yeah, no. I don't get this. I don't get this push for stuff like this. SDFGI. It's bad. It doesn't work. It's not even slightly acceptable to use. It's really not. Meshes should have sufficiently thick walls. I mean, they say this, but then it doesn't work. Light still comes through. I still don't understand light leaking. How can at any point, when you're basically doing a ray traced, when you're literally doing ray tracing, how do you go through a mesh and say, oh yeah, we had light here? Like, just go slightly off the normal of the surface and just point to a light, and if you don't hit the light, you have zero lighting. Like, that's what the bias is for, right? What's hilarious about this is that the more subdivisions I did, the worse it looked. The more embedding I got, the brighter the scene got, which didn't make any sense. Can I do this? I keep deleting my voxel thing, but I'll bring it back. I mean, I'm just gonna throw it in there and then click bake. What is this? What? It's so confusing to me. It is so confusing to me. And like, it gets better when I turn down. Like, that's the weird part. This starts to look better when I turn this when I turn this down. Oh yeah, I forgot I need to use this. Whoa. It just freaking glows. Let me just do new. I mean, what is this? Like, no, I mean, it just bleeds through so badly. Making the wall thicker, never fixed it. I mean, this looks great. That's like what I want. I would expect this to, I mean, not that dark, but dark, you know? It's getting there. Really strange stair stepping there. This isn't... gonna be really slow. Hmm. How did I do this? It's really, really dark in here now. Which I guess is what I was looking for. Yeah, I mean now I guess it kind of doesn't really make any sense how dark this is. So I guess I can't quite hug it that closely. I mean, really, I think what I would do is I would put it just, the box would be inside the walls, right? The box would be inside the walls. And these are the light sources that we get. Really? Wait, what's going on? Oh, it is set the interior, right? But why is that one getting painted? I mean, it's just straight up not going away. What? I mean, I guess I can accept this just being weird because the mesh is not real mesh. I mean, what is this? What is this wall? What? Just, please. Oh, now it's okay. Until I bake it again? Interesting. Interesting. Very interesting. I mean, I can accept just the weird mesh stuff on the outside, but, you know, this is quite strange. What did I change? Like, actually, what did I change? Because now this is like kind of maybe working. I don't know. What if I change the time of day? Alright, I mean, sure, fine. Oh, it's from over there. I mean, something is really weird about this. Something is really weird about this mesh. This is really, really confusing to me. This is really, really confusing to me. I don't understand at all why this is just changing so much. Why it's doing this. It's really strange. Like, what is this? What is this like? Light. Super weird. I don't know. I guess I can only assume that. I mean, maybe this will work in the future. Maybe. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. I'm just going to at least walk in here and see if I can see the light, because this was all I wanted all along, was just have a flashlight. So I straight up can't see it on the pitch black surface, so that's pretty cool. Thanks. Wow, that was lightning speed. The 2500 lumen flashlight. The flashlight that will illuminate a car park. Illuminate a parking lot. And you can't even see the table 2 feet in front of you. And it's just kind of crazy, honestly. The dynamic range is weird. This voxel thing is really weird. It just totally changes direction all the time. Or it's like directional, which is... I mean, honestly, the fact that this is directional is like... actually shocks me that it's directional. And this kind of starts to work, but only if only that wall wasn't also just in pitch darkness, and this backside wasn't also in pitch darkness. I don't know, really weird. Really weird stuff. Yeah, that's kind of almost maybe right. Totally black. Some light. What I don't get is why there's stuff out here. Like on that side. Like it's pretending like this is inside of it when it's not. I mean, like I said, I can totally believe that's just like mesh. Weird mesh things. Because I'm using a CSG stuff. And maybe if I were to make an actual mesh, then it would look correct. I mean, this one's like the closest so far. Like this looks correct. So maybe voxel will work for me if I get the meshes right. But then this spot here is really weird. I don't know what it thinks is bouncing off this spot here. I don't know, maybe it works. Maybe voxel works the way that I thought it would. It's just really odd behavior. It has really strange behavior. I mean, I would almost say this looks acceptable, but then like that, this light's not going away. Maybe that one's working. There's no bounce from that light. This one also disappeared for some reason. Oh, that's back. I don't know. I'll try it, I think, once I'll try this again once I have met the models for this stuff. For now, I'm just deleting that. I can't use it. It doesn't work for me. I'm at least gonna have something complete today, so I'm gonna say no matter what, I'm gonna make this flashlight work for me, even if I have to make it dumb. It's just too much stuff. A bunch of stuff that was never locked. I mean, yeah, whatever. Whatever. Delete that guy. Did I turn anything off that I need to turn back on? I don't think so. Alright, so I'm gonna make the flashlight powerful enough to like push through that, really. All right, I'll bring it to a time of day that I think is acceptable to that you would probably see the flashlight at. So probably about here. And then I'm going to adjust my sky or background intensity to about where I think probably makes sense. So maybe like 10K. Okay. Now for the flashlight. I don't know, maybe that's good enough. Maybe it was already fine where it was. No, you like straight up can't see it until you're right on top of it. I don't know. I gotta figure something out. I don't know what, but I gotta figure something out. Thought I even had some good values here for exposure, where it was like working for a minute, but I guess I did not. I don't know, man. I'm gonna call this day a failure. I actually need to just stop. I'm gonna stop right now. I'm done with this. This is dumb. Yeah, that's it. I'm just done. Goodbye.